Yeah, that's what I see.
Yeah.
We see full screen on online.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, and so I'm just, wait, to advance, it's just this little one. Okay, perfect. You ready? Okay.
We don't have microphones. I'm going to speak softly. This is Kim.
I can speak loudly. Hello, everybody. Hi. So my title of my presentation is called Pondering Pelicans. Now, an alternate presentation that I could have given was named Bats, Birds, and Buddies. But I decided to narrow it down to just pelicans. I joined Master Naturalists to see what I could do about bats. I enjoyed birds, and especially some pelicans and maybe some other things along the way. And I met some great friends, and I got involved in the Friends of Lake Livingston. So buddies, but we're going to talk about white pelicans today. So as I grew up in Florida and going to the beach in Texas, I always enjoyed seeing brown pelicans and how they would soar over the water and swoop down. And I've always just loved pelicans. And I observed some white pelicans on Lake Livingston. And so I started paying more attention to them and getting interested in them. And then I learned that there are some really interesting differences and some very cool things about white pelicans in that they have a lot of social and cooperative behaviors that I was not aware of. If you go back, the history of the white pelican was first observed in 1789 by Frederick Mellon, I think is his last name. The scientific name means red-billed pelican, Pelecanus erythrorhynchus. And, you know, that might be overwhelming, especially for our guests that are not master naturalists. But if you break it down, the Greek word for red and billed, we have erythros means red, and bill is rhynchos, kind of like the same root word that is rhinoplasty, that RH word. So Pelecanus erythrorhynchus is the white pelican. Oh, wait, got to go back. This picture, this is me taking some of these initial pictures from my kayak on Lake Livingston. So these are my pictures, and that was a lot of pelicans there that first caught my attention. And there's a lot of seagulls that are cooperating, that are there hanging out with the white pelicans as well. And then this photo. There are 52 that I can count white pelicans in this picture. This was taken on December 30th of this past year on Lake Livingston, on the part of the lake that's really close to our lake house. There's some things that I started learning about. I mentioned the differences between white and brown pelicans. So white pelicans do not dive for their food. Does everybody, I used to think all pelicans go for their food, right? Yeah, white pelicans do not do that. They cooperate and they gather together and they kind of corral fish together, and they get it out of shallow water, as opposed to what the brown pelicans are doing. So there's one of those cooperative things that I was mentioning. They always catch their prey while they're swimming. When they're breeding, they get together in groups of like 5,000 pairs of pelicans, and they're all there together. I actually reached out to Dr. Keith Arnold. He's got a website that is in my references at the end. He's at Texas A&M. And I asked him about the pelicans on Lake Livingston. You know, are they breeding? Are they migratory? What are they doing? And what he told me is that some of the ones that are on Lake Livingston stay there and they're non-migratory. Some are migratory. But the only known breeding colony in Texas is down by Corpus Christi in the Laguna Madre. And there, there are over 5,000 breeding pairs. And so I think I'm working on a road trip to go see those white pelicans when they're there in their breeding habitat. So some other interesting things happen when it's breeding time. They change colors, the skin around their eyes, their beak, the skin on their feet, all turns kind of bright orange. Thus that scientific name meaning red in their name. So it's because of their breeding look that they got that red name. And they also develop an interesting little plume on their head. I was at Homosassa Springs in Florida in April, and Kristen knows exactly where that is. Yeah, okay. Well, it's kind of it's a state park, but what they do there is they bring in animals that can't be released into the wild. And my friend and I are there, and we see this one white pelican. We're like, oh, poor baby, he's got this bump on his nose. What's going on? And then we learn to find out that during breeding season, they all get this horn on their nose, males and females, and then they shed it at the end of breeding season. Once they've mated, the horn goes away. So this is not my picture, but I've got a credit down there. This is a pelican in breeding season. You can see the horn and how bright orange it is compared to kind of the yellow look that was in my photos. Here's some more pelicans that are in flight with the horn and with the orange. But I also wanted to point out to you, when you think of white pelican, if they're closed up, they're white. If they are flying, there are the black remiges. Remige, I had to look up, is another word for the feathers. Those of you that were in the ornithology class, do you remember about the primary and secondary feathers? Their primary and secondary flight feathers are black on white pelicans. And then here's another one closer up where you can see the black on them. Couple other more fun facts about white pelicans. They're the second largest average wingspan of any North American bird after the California condor. They are tied for the longest bird with the trumpeter swan. They are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, but there was a decline in numbers from DDT in the 20th century. In Texas, the numbers have come back up and are probably greater than they were, but there are parts of the country like in the Northwest and Washington State and Oregon where they're still concerned about the white pelican population. So in the socialization, they have courtship. The pairs court for about a week before they do nesting. Both parents take turns incubating the eggs, and so they're social. Together, they care for their offspring even after they've fledged for a little while. So they're taking care of their young. And then one other fun fact, they can actually overheat in the sun, and they can cool off by taking that pouch that they have and flapping it to cool off. They don't carry prey in their pouch and fly off. If they get prey, they eat it right away. And another interesting thing, they do kleptoparasitism, meaning that they will steal fish and items from other birds that are near them. So here's a few references. I mentioned Dr. Keith Arnold. His contact information is up there, and he was very responsive when I emailed him. So kudos to him. And then I wanted to show you a little video. Again, that's my video of them on Lake Livingston. All right, that's it. Okay, all right.
That was so good.
When is breeding season for the white pelican?
Like April, March, April, May. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have in the woodlands on Lakeside,
which is Bear Branch Reservoir. There's a lakeside park that's very close, that's in Alden Bridge, close to Barkaloo. We've seen about 100 land there and at different times of the year, and we're like, "Ooh, wow." Because you don't expect that, you know, it's living in the woods. Okay, the other thing I wanted to mention while I'm thinking about it is that Kim has volunteered to man the Heartwood booth at the
Hallow Springs.
Hollow, right?
Yeah.
But also, are you doing the Woodlands Landscape Solution?
No.
When is?
Oh, but you know what? There is something else I meant to say.
Oh, good.
I mentioned Friends of Lake Livingston. So if you don't know what that is, I know Scott Ball did a presentation. Suzanne and I are both on the board of Friends of Lake Livingston and Justin. And Friends of Lake Livingston is a cooperation between Heartwood and the Piney Wood Lakes chapter, and taking care of Lake Livingston, planting beneficial plants, water plants, American water willows, etc. And we need volunteers. You can get volunteer hours. The next planting day, high school students come and the volunteers just supervise, or Justin teaches the method to a rotation of the students. That's October 28th. It's a Friday. So put that on your calendars.
We have it on our Heartwood calendar, and we have contact information if you want to get in touch with Scott before that starts. And from what I understand, it's super fun because we do it. Yes, every time. This is Darla, Vice President, and this is Carolyn Worsham. She takes care of our website. The two Karens.
And when you do that, it counts for your Texas waters, and you can check your little Texas waters box at the bottom. Once you decide you're going to do that,
Yeah.
don't forget to check your box.
Okay, where's my next victim?
Can you tell everyone where the restrooms are? I guess.
Oh, restrooms are down this hall. If y'all-
Carolyn, I'll go.
Oh, you're gonna go, okay. I didn't know if you meant you were gonna go to the restroom. Kind of tough from where you are, Jeff. Okay, let me stop this share. Pop yours in.
So while Carolyn's setting that up, let me just, can everybody hear me?
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to say that again, the leaders of this group, the students, you guys are all very inspirational. And some of you know that I'm kind of a photographer. I call myself a enthusiastic amateur, and recently I've started doing YouTube with the intent of using any money that I generate for the restoration and preservation of habitat for wildlife. So this video that you're going to see is on my YouTube video, or on my YouTube channel, and it's on migratory birds. It basically shows primarily at Sabine Woods what I saw this spring, and these birds migrate through our neighborhoods, and they are phenomenal, but you got to look for them, and they're not easy to see. So this just gives you an idea of what's flying through your backyard in the spring and in the fall. So with that, I will let you play the video.
Okay, Jeff, here we go. Are we gonna have sound, Jeff?
Should.
Okay, hang on. Yep, I see you talking. You're on mute. I just have to look. Now there's some way when you first put it in to tell it that you're gonna have sound.
But are you sure?
Oh, no, I hadn't shared it. Thank you. Oh, thank goodness.
Let's see. Hey, there's still lots of food.
What's
The owl is being used.
That's not.
But we can't see the presentation or whatever you have on the screen either online.
Hang on just a second, Jeff. We have to set it up so that the sound comes out of the owl.
Okay.
That's one.
Good, good.
Let's see if it works.
You got sound, Jeff?
Now let's share it.
Oh, you
We can see it online now.
oh, good, good. You can
Can't
hear
hear
it too?
No.
Oh, okay.
Almost.
We're almost there.
There you go.
You can see okay? Do we need to turn lights back on for you to finish? Here, Jeff?
Yep, looks good.
Perfect. It's now.
Let's go see those birds. I'm on the Texas Gulf Coast where it's a little hot, humid, and buggy, chasing migratory birds, which are spectacular, but have had a rather big surprise this morning, which I did not expect to see, and I'll show you that here in a few minutes. Wow, the bugs are horrendous, but we'll hope for a breeze here, but let's keep looking.
Awesome, Jeff. Now tell us again where you were.
Most of those pictures were taken at Sabine Woods, which is over by the Texas-Louisiana Gulf Coast.
Okay. That was fabulous.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So while we're transitioning, last weekend, Darla and I and another couple of ladies went to Big Bend, went to Big Bend, and went canoeing at the nature.
Oh, we don't know.
So anyway, we stopped back by Sabine Woods, which is where we took all these pictures. When he talks about the bugs, you cannot even imagine how that works. We got all of our big cameras out and we all walked into the woods and they just attacked us. And I mean, after 30 minutes, it was like, we're out of here. And we saw a couple of warblers. So you talk about a lucky day to be there and see all of those birds is phenomenal.
All right.
But
I don't know if I
in the
want to follow
spring, it's much
Jeff.
better than the fall. And if you walk directions, if you go towards Sea River Park, which is down on the Gulf Coast, you pass by Sabine Woods. There are always birds in there that don't have you. It's an incredible place. But Saturday, it was.
Can I make a comment to Jeff? So Jeff, that was absolutely amazing. But on your next video for us non-birders, can you put the names of the birds? Because I had no idea what I was looking at, but they were gorgeous.
I will once a year, whenever I go down to the coast, I will generate a video, and people have asked me to do that, so I will. The other thing that people should know is that to put this video together of 7 minutes, that was over 100 hours of being in the field to get those
Believe it.
pictures.
I believe it. It was gorgeous though.
Hey, Jeff, I think we need a close-up of the alligator, though.
That was as close as I was gonna get.
Chicken.
I'll take you with, and you can get close.
Okay.
We're not going.
I've already gotten in trouble from my wife for getting too close one.
That's nerve-wracking, all these people looking at me. Okay, I tend to talk really fast when I'm nervous, and it takes me about 10 minutes to calm down. So about the time I'm done, I should be totally fine. So for my project, on a whim, back in April, we decided to put a pond in our backyard. And I wanted to see what would show up. So we didn't do a whole lot. Don't get too excited. Okay, but if you build it, something's probably gonna show up. So here's my method. Get mad at your kids, leave the house, and decide to collect rocks around your house and go make a random flower bed. And then tell your spouse that a pond needs to go in the flower bed. Do absolutely minimal research, and then rely entirely on your spouse's previous landscaping experience to get this done. So have your spouse dig the hole, and then have your kids help and accidentally dig the hole too deep so that the liner doesn't fit and your spouse has to fix it. And then fill it with water. So now what? We've got a hole in our backyard with a turf and some rocks around it. So we didn't know what to put it in. So during Ironman, while my husband was one of the kayakers for Ironman, he borrowed a plant from Lake Woodlands. Turns out it was water hyacinth. Brings it home, and I'm like, that's invasive. And then you spend probably an hour arguing with your 8-year-old that we shouldn't keep the plants, but you get tired of that and you throw it in the pond anyway. And then I forgot about it for the next 2 months. I was busy with my kids. We were going and hanging out with Justin and doing archery. We went to Bastrop State Park. We did all sorts of stuff. And then one day I come home and I'm like, I wonder what's in there. So I take some water and there's this little guy right here. And that is a damselfly larva. Now, I did not know the difference between a dragonfly larva and a damselfly larva before I did this. But damselflies are long and skinny, just like they are out of the water. And their gills are sticking out of their butt. So those little feathery things sticking out of their back end, those are their gills. And it was tiny, 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 which is why it's so blurry. There was also a ton of snails in there at this point. The only thing we had been doing is adding a little bit of the mosquito granule, like dump stuff, to keep the mosquito larva at bay. But at the time I saw this, the mosquito larva was actually pretty minimal. We were in the middle of our drought. They really weren't present. And then we had some visitors. We had our Gulf Coast toad and this beautiful common white-tailed dragonfly showed up, and I was getting excited. I was like, there's and then these two guys showed up on the same day at the exact same time. This is a male and an immature female Ramber's forktail. And you can tell it's an immature female because of the orange reddish color. They actually get darker and look a little bit more like the male apparently as they age. And then all of a sudden one day I walk out there and there's just probably thousands of tadpoles. And I was, I come running up to the house and I'm like, you have to come here. I was so excited. And then this is them swimming around. Looks like something you might see in a 8th grade health video. Yeah. But I was super excited. There were so many of them. And at this point, the pond is very clear. And then here's some other guys that showed up. We have, this is actually a dragonfly larva. So you can see the difference. It's fat and chunky, doesn't have its gills sticking out the back. And I'm supposed to tell you that Kava found this spider. Mom did not see it. My daughter did. And right there, under the water, is one of our damselfly larvae, just sitting there, hanging out next to the spider. It's not pretty, but it worked. We did eventually go down to Nature's Way and we bought a grass plant, and I can't even remember what it is. And the water hyacinth was getting out of control. So we'd have to, call that every so often. But there were several stages of tadpoles at this point. So if you scooped up, you would get probably 20 tadpoles, and they would be all different sizes. So it was really interesting, but I still hadn't seen any with legs. So I was like, okay, how long does this take? And then on August 1st, we had more toad eggs show up. So those tadpoles that were in there, those were Gulf Coast toad. These are more toad eggs, and you can tell because they're laid in strings. So toads lay their eggs in strings, frogs lay their eggs in gelatinous goopy clumps. So I was super excited, and you can see that somewhere, I don't know where, duckweed decided to show up in my pond. I assume on one of the toads. This is 3 weeks later. My damselfly larvae are definitely getting bigger. And in here, we actually have 3 different size tadpoles. So it's not a trick of where the camera or the jar is. That is actually a little tiny, and that guy was actually pretty fat. And then I got so excited. I go out one day and I have frog eggs. So at this point, a lot of the tadpoles from the toads had been predated. I went from thousands to maybe 100. I can only assume a snake or another toad. Yeah, they eat each other. I don't think that the dragonfly larva would eat that much. But they are pretty voracious hunters too. But they do eat each other. And to demonstrate that, I was so excited about these frog eggs. So excited. And then I looked, and all my toads are eating my frogs. And at first I was like, what are they doing? And I looked down, and yeah, they are just going to town on the frog eggs. I was pretty sad. I was like, well, no frogs for us, I guess. So that was a bummer. By the next morning, I would have been surprised if there was like 5 eggs left. I mean, I couldn't see any, so bummer. We ended up, so I finally got I didn't win my argument. I went out there one morning and I ripped all the water hyacinth out. And I was like, fine, I'm tired of arguing about this. It's going. And I actually regret that. Because a lot of the tadpoles and the dragonfly and the damselfly larvae, they would hide in the roots of the water hyacinth. And when I pulled it out, I pulled out their place to hide. I had intended to immediately go and get something else, but life, children. So it took me a while. And by the time I went and got the water lily, I think it had been a week, and it was getting harder and harder to find stuff in the water. But I did have this guy come visit. Yay. This is a Cope's gray tree frog, and somebody argued with me about this on iNaturalist because there's another frog that looks exactly the same, and the only way to tell them apart is by their call. And I actually have, like, I had recordings of the call. I'm like, dude, it's this guy, not the other guy, but I don't know. So, and then on the 31st, I finally found my first tadpole with legs. Now, this whole time I wondered if I had seen leg buds. We kept thinking we did. Turns out they just swim around with poop hanging out their butt. All the time. It's like a little feeding, I don't know. So it wasn't, but I finally saw some guys with legs, and you can actually see their heartbeat if you look. Isn't that cool? And there's his little legs and his poop and his poop. But they were so cute, and I was so excited. I don't know how long from this point it would have taken them, because, you know, it's not like I was tagging the tadpoles. I don't know. I don't know. But they were certainly fun to watch, and I was super excited to at least see one with legs. And then this month, life kind of died down. The water lily bloomed. My dragonfly larva is now like this big. It's huge. And they started off super tiny. We had this beautiful June beetle drown in the pond, but it was gorgeous. And it's hard to see, but right here is a damselfly larva. Now, I thought it was a molt. I touched it and it swam back into the water. So I don't know what it was doing hanging out on the leaf, like if it got stuck there or what, but that was pretty neat. It was very unhappy about me touching it though. And so I'm gonna end this with, do it the right way. Don't do what I did. I did several things wrong. We planted it or put it where it did get midday sun. And you don't want them to get midday sun because you have lots of algae, and I am fighting that right now, especially without the tadpoles in there to keep the water clean. It's too small. It is very deep, but I would have liked to have had it bigger, and I would have liked to have had a shelf around the whole thing. Don't include invasive plants. I didn't put any rocks or gravel on the bottom, and I didn't plan ahead or do adequate research. Don't be Laura. Okay, but here I did provide some resources from AgriLife and WikiHow and Tamu to look up if you actually do. I highly suggest doing this. It's really cool. Even as much as I screwed up, I still had a lot show up. And I have loved listening to the frogs and the toads and all of the wildlife. And it's been a really cool experience for my kids, getting to see like the tadpoles grow up and the different insects and stuff that show up. I also had a ton of water fleas. but they're super tiny and really fast, and I can't get pictures of those guys. So. But that's it. That was my job.
So you took pictures of a lot of them in petri dishes. Did you scoop them up before doing that every day?
I have
Or did you
this-
keep them in the jar.
No, I have this highly technical piece of equipment called an olive jar. And I would go scoop stuff out of the pond like once a week. And if I found something really cool, because I'm a super big nerd and homeschooling mom, I have microscopes and all that sort of stuff and petri dishes. And so I would go dump them in there and be like, come here and look. And I thought it was. Yeah. Anybody else? Oh,
How
yes.
big is your pond, size-wise?
It's about 3 feet, and the shallow end. I wish Gene had a microphone because I would ask him. He's watching. Probably a foot, and then the deep end is 3 feet. So
That is correct.
Oh, thank you. He's the one who does.
He does have a microphone.
Thank you. Anybody else? Not that I got to see, which made me really sad. Like, there was a few nights I wanted to go park myself out there and watch for him. But I was tired from my kids and I just decided not to.
You know what, at a game camp.
I really wanted to, and by the time I was like, yes, I'm gonna do that, my presentation's in a week. So.
No, for your kids though, that'd be fun for them to go out and check it. We have another member that her granddaughter checks her game cams all the time.
That would be
They're-
fun.
They're hers, but your kids would enjoy that. You might find owls, you might find snakes that come out at
I
night and.
highly suspect that it was snakes. There is several decays and rough earth snakes that live in some bushes behind the pond. And we've even had a ribbon snake that we've found. So we have a deck in the backyard too. And under that deck, we have found out that it's just a repository for standing water. And so we actually have tons of frogs and toads under our deck.
Oh, you might get a hot-nosed viper then.
I don't know. So I'm always sad though, because I haven't seen any snakes in my backyard. I'm sure the neighbors are happy, but I'm super sad. So.
Give it time, like you said.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You might as well come up. You might as well, you know. Just come.
You don't have to worry about cameras.
Just be put down.
During the drive.
Okay.
I think you're good, Nick.
Yeah, we had probably 2 or 3 days. Morning sun. Not. But it really was like in the middle of the afternoon, it's just blazing.
You were the same. I would.
Give it a few seconds, yeah?
Okay, so for those who don't know me, my name is Stephen Hughes. It would help if I had a name tag, but I only remembered it the first day.
Not teachers pay.
Okay. So a bit of random useless info about me. I'm a native Texan, so howdy y'all. I'm obsessed with snakes, insects, spiders, or anything else the same person would typically fear. I've made a habit of catching venomous snakes and holding them as a child.
Yes, he does.
I play way too many video games. I occasionally draw a decent piece of art. It's usually a snake that I do in geometric patterns. I mow lawns, landscape, build fences, and weld. I love pretty flowers, sunsets, and girly colors, so interesting mix. I can do a multitude of accents, but only a few I can do well. And I collect a large amount of fossils and rocks from local areas or areas that are deemed as invertebrate hotspots to pick up. So I'm doing my presentation on a creek that runs behind my neighborhood. It's about a 2-mile stretch from where the headwaters start to the west fork of the San Jacinto. and I hike that on a regular basis. It's where I did all of my volunteer hours. So I'll give you a brief little tour and give you some tips about what not to do and what to do on rare occasions. So I reckon y'all don't want to start a tour of a creek with, now if you happen to see a cottonmouth, let me know, since not everyone can identify them, and it often causes panic. I don't know how many people can see it, but you can see little eyelets that are all connected with lines. And cottonmouths have two different color patterns. One is triangular and one is eyelets with stripes. And it just depends on when they're molting or which exact one you are looking at. Just because it's cute doesn't mean you got to hold it. As you can tell, I don't follow my own rules, but do as I say, not as I do. So we have a ribbon snake. We have a 5-banded skink. This is a little baby smooth earth snake that I got fresh out of an egg while I was landscaping someone else's yard, and a Gulf Coast toad. Just because you can touch it, don't mean you should. Don't say it's perfectly safe and forget that there's quicksand, venomous snakes, horseflies, and ticks. So on the picture on the left, I'm buried about 2 inches above my ankle in quicksand.
Oh.
And for those who don't know, this is a common venomous snake around here. It is a copperhead. They are identified by the Hershey kiss-like shapes. Don't say it's not too bad and forget the silt, clay, mud, hot sand, and rocks you might be walking barefoot on. I like to wade through the creek to find cool pictures, and it gets a lot of sun during the day, so that sand heats up real quick. If you look on the middle picture, you can see some raccoon footprints traipsing through and a few water birds also traipsing through there. Don't jump the gun and shout gas leak, or the people in your tour will end up more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. This gas pipeline runs through about the 1.5 mile mark, and trees have been piling up there each time it floods. Don't forget to check the weather before heading out. You might get caught in a thunderstorm. Don't forget to bring a bag for all the garbage people dump. Because this is connected to a runoff area for a neighborhood, all the trash that people just casually toss into storm drains ends up at the creek. Bring a bunch of smaller bags if you think you'll be hiking a while. Leaving a bunch of small caches is a really easy way and a great method for picking up more litter on a longer hike, especially if you're backtracking. If you can't bring it with you to dispose of, move it somewhere the impact will be lessened, or group it with similar large items to be picked up at a later date. This tire was washed all the way to the about 8 miles in from the nearest highway at the West Fork at the San Jacinto. I pulled it out. You can see it discolored the sand. It was already breaking down. I moved it to a pile of tires about 1 mile in, away from all sources of water, so it wouldn't run off and pollute again, and it would be out of the floodplain. Learn what invasives live in your area and how to help halt or slow their spread. This creek is full of sediment, so it's full of apple snails. They get about this big if you let them grow, and they have bright pink eggs. The eggs don't do well if they're submerged, and thankfully the shells are pretty soft if you know where to throw them. I have seen crows starting to break open they have an armor plate that covers the front of their shell. You can kind of see it poking out. Crows in my neighborhood have been recently ripping those off to get at the snails inside. Bring along some partners to help with the cleanup efforts. This is my friend Mickey. He's a bit of a goofball like me. And he helped me several times picking up litter or removing invasive plants. Keep an eye out for animals you can safely observe. That little guy walked in the middle, walked down the creek with me for a good half mile. Just every time I'd get close, he'd look at me, walk a few more steps, wait until I got close, look at me, walk a few more steps. Ain't got to cause panic in your tour, just tell them to keep their eyes peeled. So we set up a little base camp and had been walking around this tree for a good 4 or 5 hours. At one point, I stopped and looked by a root and noticed this little copperhead had been completely nestled under leaves. We were inches away from stepping on it multiple times. Know that getting bit don't always hurt and sometimes comes from an unexpected place. This catfish chased my foot, constantly nibbling on it, and I could not get it to stop. And that skink was happily in my hand for a good 5 minutes before it decided to chomp on my finger. Don't be worried if some wildlife gets closer. Don't pet them unless you're a trained professional like me. They can be a carrier for many diseases. So armadillos have a weird habit of jump scaring me at the creek. I'll be walking along and then all of a sudden something crashes through the brush and then gets as close to me as possible. And 9 times out of 10, it's one of those. Know what predators might be in your area and the precautions needed for you and or your tour safety. The only thing I have to worry about in our area is some of the native wild hogs, not the invasive, but the natives. I reckon you should consider the limitations of your mode of transportation. This guy drove something to a river full of sand and sank, and I'm pretty sure that ruined his day. Don't say we're just going over yonder. It's an easy hike. I do it all the time. When it's a mile walk to the head of the creek and 2 miles to the convergence of the creek and river. It's a long walk in the heat. Know the trail you want to take beforehand. If you get lost, either backtrack and mark your pathing or find a clearing, hill, waterway, or other landmark to help you find your way. These 4 pictures, I was standing in one spot and just turned, and turned. Someone with an ATV decided it'd be cool to make 8 different pathways through the forest. Don't blaze a new trail when you have one that works. The trail on the left, someone made recently with their 4-wheeler. It's about a 45-degree angle, loose rocks, nothing stable. The old trail that everyone was using, nice, slow, gradual, firmly packed. I don't know who got that idea, but probably the same one that tried to drive through a mud-filled pond with cattails and couldn't get further than a few feet. A game of telephone can save a life or at the very least an ankle. So what I do if I have a large group of friends or family with me is if there's a hazard in the way, I'll just tell the person behind me and tell them to tell the person behind them. They pass the word along all the way down the trail, and it helps people avoid things like pitfalls, sharp vines, or anything else that might be in the path. Learn what beauties are on your trail before you give your tour whenever possible. This lake is about a mile north of the creek, completely hidden from everything except Google Maps. Unless you know the paths, which unfortunately wind like crazy, you can't find it easily. Plan ahead and wear appropriate clothing for the trail or hike you're going on. Sandals plus shorts plus long grass, including sawgrass, not fun. If you need to use the facilities, dig a proper cat hole or have an approved method of disposal. Just because other animals don't mean you shouldn't. They live there, don't stink up their home. And there's that bird again, just waiting for me. Now enough with the soapbox, time to actually see the creek. This is the headwaters. You can see very faintly off in the far distance of this, there's a concrete barrier. That's where the runoff for the neighborhood ends and the creek actually begins. This area is a very shallow creek. It never gets more than about 3 feet deep, except after a heavy rain. And it empties within 2 days back down to that 3-foot level. If you look on the laser pointer, ain't gonna work on the screen. On the far left, that area of blue, that's a tarp that got washed up inside a tree that I had to pull down myself. It was tangled pretty bad. The creek is fed by the runoff of multiple neighborhoods, so there's always water flowing through it, which is great for visiting, but not great because mosquitoes always have a place to breed. This area gets a lot of runoff, so the sides of the creek are very steep from the flood events, and they don't have time to gradually even out. But it creates for some beautiful areas. This area is clay, hard clay that you can walk on without getting too messy unless it's just rain. And the roots and trees always cover up the path. So it's a nice area to take a break, have a picnic, or get some shade if needed. Right at the end of August, I went down there to get some nice photos, and this area is normally barren, but with all the runoff from people thinking August is a great time to use fertilizer, it actually helped significantly increase the amount of water vegetation in the area. It's home to an abundance of wildlife, some that stay hidden and others that are more social. Not good with animal names, sorry, but.
Yep.
Thank you. We have some red-eared sliders. This one was stuck on a sandbank, so I just plopped him back in the water. And you can see 2 hanging out underneath the water on the left. We've got a huge water spider. It was, I'd say, about 2 inches across. A gorgeous little green tree frog, and it's hard to see in this picture, but we have a gray wolf spider that you can see blown up here.
I think that's a white-banded fishing spider.
Oh. I don't know spider names well either, so.
I'm fairly certain.
Okay, thank you. It also has a large amount of beautiful petrified wood, agates, and other stones. So if you ever want to stop by, you can see gorgeous old pieces of wood with all the rings still visible. It eventually empties into the West Fork of the San Jacinto. The convergence shows a large difference in water quality and suspended sediment. So you can see a clear brown line from the San Jacinto versus the creek. And if you look closely, you might be able to see the catfish chasing me. I hope all y'all are itching for an in-person and more professional tour. My number's at the bottom. Give me a holler if you want, and a text works best.
Yeah, any alligators?
We had one on, oddly enough, closer to the neighborhood, but none spotted in the actual creek.
So the lake that's there, does it get a lot of migratory birds coming
It's very shallow. I haven't seen much aside from one pelican, which was quite abnormal because I've never seen anything on it. And then I saw a white pelican just by
in? By
itself.
itself, that's very, yeah. That's right, there's social. Thank you so much.
Carolyn, I think we should do the meeting as a tour with Stephen.
Yes.
I'd be happy to.
But you have to make sure to tell us where all the quicksand is.
I know where.
You know, the whole thing about growing up with Tarzan and all the quicksand and all the memes that came out that said, I really thought quicksand would figure more prominently in my life. Right? And he's 70.
The good news about this creek is wherever there's silt, there is quicksand, but about a foot down at the most is solid clay, so you won't sink far at all. You may wear yourself out if you're trying to pull your feet out, but it isn't too bad.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. That is fabulous. Who's next?
Yes, sir.
Already? Not you?
I'm very unique, it's about her, so if it has anything different.
Joanne's about birds and Nelly's about bees.
Harper's
Ma'am, you
planting.
want to do bees?
The answer is we're looking for you.
My name is Naomi Gilbert. I am been a beekeeper for about 2.5 years. Just an aside, bees don't like bananas. That's what their pheromone smells like. They're alarmed. So when I go beekeep, I don't eat bananas. So a lot of times I'm really hungry because bananas so easy to grab. But it smells like bananas. I really didn't believe it, but I went into one of my hives in Conroe, and I really made mad. And boy, how you could smell that like fake banana smell. It was horrible. I got stuck about 17 times. These are very sweet for the most part. I've never been stung. I've been a landscaper for 25, almost 30 years. I have moved lilacs, all kinds of plants with tons of bees. I have given my bees sugar water. It is just when you go into their hive at certain parts of the day, and it does make a difference what time of day and what the weather's like, how mad you're going to make them, and the kind of bee. So what I wear has really changed as I have gotten to do more and more bees. I started out at Mercer with a friend named Jerry Maxwell. He's a member of MoCo, the Montgomery County Beekeeper Association. And I just started out as his helper. I started working on a program called Beyond the Bees at Mercer, which I do now once a month with Denise Hall. She's been helping, and she's taken over the native part of the bees, and I do the honeybees because our top has gotten longer and longer. But I thought, a lot of y'all have probably never seen a hive or what we wear. I started out just wearing a jacket and blue jeans all the way down and tennis shoes. The bees that we keep at Mercer are Italian bees, and they're very gentle. You can pretty much go into them without getting stung. So I would wear a jacket and my gloves. I started wearing a hat because if you make them mad, they will sting you through your veil if you get too close. It's not real exciting what it looks like, but it keeps the veil away from your face. Because if it gets real close, you'll get snagged. I've done that a couple times and looked like Jay Leno for a couple days. Got that right on the chin. So a lot of times I'll start talking about these as I'm talking with my friends at Mercer, and I'll start dressing up. This particular bee suit is 2-ply. There is a 3-ply, which is heavier and better because you won't get stung through it. But these are sneaky little creatures, and they will go through. So you have to have everything good and tight. It is amazing how sneaky they are. They will go right through where this joins together, which is why we have the Velcro, to make sure they don't go this little area. And I've had them come up into my hat before. I've never been stung when they've done that. But they'll just kind of buzz around like, let me out, let me out. But you'll see other ones start going right here to try and get in. It's like, y'all, come on, I'm trying to do stuff for y'all. But I normally I started out wearing this in blue jeans, and then I got stung through my blue jeans So then I went ahead and got some pants. So I thought, okay, y'all aren't gonna get me again. So I grabbed pants. Now, some people will use the whole suit, but I started out piecemeal because it was okay doing the tiny piece. So I got my breeches. And you have to be careful because if it rides up, I'll snag you right here. Then I thought, okay, I'm good. I just had tennis shoes on and the whole thing, I thought I was cool. Well, I got into my bees and they're Russian bees and they are mean. I got stuff all around the ankles. So then I went and I bought boots. So let me tell y'all, in July and August, this is hotter than all get out. You are sweating like a pig. And then you start getting gloves, and there's all kinds of different gloves that you can wear. I bought these because they were shorter and not quite so heavy. But after I started wearing them for a while, I kept hearing this noise, and I thought, Jiminy Christmas, has a bee gotten up in here? Your hands sweat like crazy, and it started making a squelchy sound. And it's like, ew, I didn't like those. So I went back to my other set of gloves, which are gauntlets. And these suckers are heavy, but they're long. I need another pair that's a little bit tighter, but this is what I wear. So I just wanted y'all to see what us poor beekeepers wear. And you'll see those shows on TV, the Bees Are, and Charlie Agar, who has a great bee show. And sometimes they dress up and sometimes they don't. I don't care what they say, these suckers are gonna get stung. But this is what we wear. So now, I'm taking it all off because it's hot. But when I get dressed up and I start talking to the kids, you know, they always want to see what you're wearing and what you're doing when you start taking care of your bees. But like I said, the girls will get you. And if one stings you, it puts out a pheromone, which smells like bananas. It's the alarm pheromone. And then the other ones will come and try to nab you in the same spot. So like the last time I got into my bees and I was doing a lot of stuff to them, so they were not happy. They were snagging me. I couldn't tell you how many little zits I had all over my boots. And then they were getting me right here on my tag, which was so funny. So I probably had about 15, 20 little stingers on my tag. Then they'll get you around because they want to get in. They want to get after you. And they'll get me around my gloves. So I have a lot of stuff on my gloves. I try to wash my suit in between as many times as I can, but it just depends on how often I'm having to go into my hives. And I've been going in quite a bit this summer because we've had to feed a lot. July, August, and September are considered the dirt month. And y'all know because you haven't seen any wildflowers blooming. And it's been dry. So I try to get into my hives. At Marshall, we have 2. And my hives that I have at a friend's house in Conroe, I have 5. And so I've been getting in there about once a week. When I go in a hive, I try to have everything ready so that I am in and out as quickly as possible. The inside of the hive is about 94, 95 degrees, and they keep it that way all the time. So when I am going into their house, I'm messing up their heat or their air conditioning. Right off the bat, I've already messed them up and made them mad. So when we go in, we have a smoker. If you have them, smoke them. There's a lot of different things that you use with a smoker. Most people will just use pine needles. And you'll put the pine needles in, and there is a trick to getting this sucker lit and staying lit, but it has the bellows. So you'll put pine needles in, you'll light it down here, and you'll keep putting it in to keep it lit. Some people will use burlap. I know a lot of the commercial beekeepers will use burlap because that stays lit for a while. I don't have the money for all that mess, so I just use pine needles. And I had my friend get dryer lint, because that heat, that's great for Boy Scout camping, but that's an old trick, and it gets it going real quick. And we can stuff it down there at the bottom, and then we'll go ahead and light it. So I will go in and smoke it. When I'm going into a hive, and I'll show you what a hive looks like first, it starts out with a bottom board. For me, classes, and I am a master beekeeper, first level. I'm working on my second level next. But I decided on a screened bottom board. And what this does is allows me, if I want to do a mite count, or I want to put diatomaceous earth down here, I can put that in, slide it in, and it helps when I have insect problems, which bees do. This will slide in, and it allows extra ventilation. So I have started going with the screen bottom board, especially here in Texas, because we have so much heat and humidity. It helps them regulate the inside of their hive a little bit better. This box is called a deep. It is their brood box. This is mostly where the queen is busy laying her eggs. Now in the brood box, I have a feeder. At Mercer with Jerry, we used feeders that we set outside of the box. I didn't like it, like a big mason jar, because I kept getting ants and other bees and other insects would come to this, ooh, free sugar water. So it's like, okay, when I do mine, I'm gonna do something different. So I bought this. I put sugar water in here, and it's a 1-to-1, 1 cup of sugar to 1 cup of water. And that's what we'll feed them in those summer months, or when we are really starting to get them going for breeding. And these are super cool, because the bees will just crawl down in here, hold on to it, go down and take a sip of sugar water and come right back up. And it's fairly easy to keep clean. This is what a lot of commercial beekeepers use. So after watching many videos and taking a lot of classes, I thought, you know, I kind of like this, because I can take it out, just rinse it out, put it back in later.
Does it have just the sugar reservoirs?
So the bees, and what I'll do when I go in to feed them, trying to get as few bees coming after me as I can, I'll just sort of slide my box over a little bit, take my jar and fill it up. Some bees are more aggressive than others. Bees are not indigenous to the New World. They were brought in about 1600s by Germans and German immigrants. And so the first bees that they brought were German bees. German bees now are very hard to find commercially. They do use them a little bit up in the north because they are so hardy. Most beekeepers will have the Italians. They're very mild and gentle. I have Russian bees that I bought from a friend. Jerry got me going on those suckers. They are very good honey producers. They do tend to be more aggressive. And aggressive is good in one way, because they keep other things out of their nest. They keep the hive beetles down. They're very hygienic. They keep varroa mite out. And they also keep down the hive beetles. I've had very few problems with any type of critter or anything else coming into my hives, my Russians, but they are more aggressive. And it's very daunting when you have these sweet little Italian bees over at Mercer and you buy these mean old Russian bees and then they all come at you and you're wearing your blue jeans, you know, and you're thinking, okay, that's okay. And then you get nabbed for about 17, 18 times on the legs and you're limping home and you can't walk for 3 days and you're like, holy cow. So then, you know, like I said, you start buying more stuff. So when you have your hive, you smoke them, but the bottom box, like I said, is your brood box. Now we have a spacer. This is called an entrance reducer. And you can see I've got a big side and then I've got the little side. So in the summertime, I'm using this, although some people pull it off altogether, and it sets right here. Guard bees will sit right here and they'll check to see who's coming in. And it's got to smell like the queen or they're not gonna let her in. In the wintertime, I switch it, but my little Russian bees, boy, howdy, they really like the resin. So they had it so glued in and they were getting so mad when I was trying to change it. I put a little shiv in, just make the reducer smaller. They're trying to yank this bad boy out. But my Italian bees, this is what they got. It helps reduce the cold air. But that's my entrance reducer. Then my brood box sits on top. And you want it lined up. Most of my hives have 2 of these. This is called a super,
Is it,
and this is your honey.
it's open on the bottom then?
Yes, ma'am. See?
Oh, okay, thank you.
So they come right up, they'll come in the front entrance and they'll go in. Now, these hives are called Langstroth hives. They were developed in about 1852 by a reverend. And the big thing about these hives is they are removable. These are removable frames. There's all kinds of different frames and there's several different types of hives, but most commercial beekeepers will use these because of the ease of going in and out. These pop out. I buy waxed, so this has a wax foundation, and the bees will go ahead and they'll dry out their honeycomb on this on both sides. So when I go into the hive, I will take these out, and they don't come out this easy because bees, what they first do is they will propolis everything. Most of y'all know bees get water, they get nectar, they get pollen, but they also get resin from tree sap, and that is their bee glue. So a lot of times I'm having to use this thing, my hive tool, just over here, because they have glued this like crazy, especially those Russian bees. Man, I'm telling you, it is hard as I'll get at. This is a frame puller. Sometimes if you're by yourself, especially, which I am a lot, this just helps to pull it out. So you're not trying to unglue it from one side with those big gloves on, and try to get it out, pull it out to look at it and see what's going on in your hive. These things, if they've got a lot of honey and brood, can weigh up to 60 pounds, which is why most of us don't make them any higher. You see people with 3 and 4, but boy, these things are heavy. And during the summertime, right before we did harvest, you almost have to have somebody else to help you because they do not like if you shake them. They get mad because I have dropped them before trying to pick them up and they're so heavy. And I'm like, holy crap. And then they're all over you. You're like, oh man, run to the car, because you can run to your car, sit and turn the air conditioner on, and eventually they'll leave you alone. But you got to remove yourself from the hive and let them settle down and smoke them some more. This is a super, and this is full of honey, usually. And this is a smaller. So when I got honey for the first time this year, I helped Jerry do it last year, which was really good, because then I was in charge of everything this year. We pulled these out. But when I did mine, I had so much honey in these boxes as well. I pulled some of these out, and it was heavy. This was my first year doing it. I have 5 hives of my own, and I got almost 60 pounds or over 5 gallons of honey. And I could have gotten more, but I just thought, what am I going to do with all of it? Because I wasn't sure how to go about selling it or anything else yet. I do now know, but it just takes time to figure all this out. So this is a brush. We use this to kind of gently get rid of these bees so you don't smush them, although at the same time they're trying to sting you if you're in their house. This is a top cover. You have an inner cover. Most inner covers are a bigger piece of wood with a small area in this. I started using these because a lot of times I can look into my hive, see what's going on. I can check my beetle traps without having to open it and have them all fly out at me. If I have a lot of, sometimes you'll get roaches inside, and then I can turn it over to keep little roaches out. They don't bother the bees. The bees will herd them into a beetle trap. But this, as you can see, has got a little bit of an area, so it allows more air to flow through in the summertime, and it gives them another area to go in and out of their hive. And this is a telescoping top cover. Some people will just use a piece of wood. I like this because it's insulated. So this will go on top. We usually put a big rock, or we'll have it strapped.
because we don't want anybody going in. Although at Mercer, I've had several teenagers get into my hives, and I'm like, y'all, we've got new signs around there at the corral at Mercer. Please keep out, because I don't want anybody getting stung. I mean, I have gone and taken pictures of my hives, and I'll just stand there, and they don't bother me, and I'll just look at them and see, are they bringing in pollen? What are they doing? I want to see the strength of my hive. When I check them, then I'll take the top off, and if I'm feeding them pollen patties, which I meant to bring one to show y'all, but it's just a real thin piece of, it almost looks like a real thin piece of suet, but it's not. It's a mixture of sugar and pollen. And in the summertime, when you don't have a lot of stuff going on, you can put a little piece of it in here, put this back down so they have extra pollen to feed them during that dearth time. Yes, ma'am.
So, you said the bottom box is the brood box and the top box is the honey box. How do they know what to do where?
They generally, when they will generally, when they start laying their eggs, the queen, she will start in the middle. She'll lay her brood in here, lay her eggs, and she works her way out. If you find, if I start getting this too full, if I start looking at it and I've got my sugar water in here and these frames are starting to get full, I'll add another box and she'll work her way up. A lot of people will use what they call a queen reducer, and they'll put, it's a real thin, it's just so much to bring. So I didn't bring it. It looks like a oven rack, but it's real close together, and that keeps the queen from going up into this. But mostly it's, you know, the workers, queen's busy laying eggs all day. That is all she does. 1,500 usually when she's really going to town. And it's the bees that will bring their sugar water and their nectar up to these, which eventually will turn into honey, and they'll cap it. And that's what you can get in July here in Texas. But she generally will stay at the bottom, work her way up if she doesn't have any more room. And I'll keep checking her during the summer to see if I need to add another brood box. I have one hive that's got 3 of them. I have split that hive twice. Those are my Russians. And I'll split it again in the spring, but boy howdy, I don't like doing it because they're fussy. But they generally work from the middle out. In the early spring, because they had some of their extra stores in that top box, what I did is I switched my boxes to push her back down at the bottom because I knew she probably worked her way up. In the wintertime, they'll work their way up and they'll get into a ball to keep warm during the winter. Your bees, there's, you know, your queen, your workers, and there's drones, which are the males. You're not going to find any drones in the hive this time of year. They've kicked them all out because they don't do anything but wait around to mate. They don't produce anything. They don't guard anything. They just kind of eat, sleep, and wait to mate. They have a good life as an insect. Queens are busy all day. She doesn't ever come out of her hive unless they force her out to swarm. If the workers decide it's too full in here and there's no way to lay, then they might swarm in the spring. So you have to constantly check. I check my hives every 7 to 10 days, just to double check to see how they're doing. What do I need to do to help them out?
You mentioned splitting her. So same queen.
If I split a hive, what I'll do is I'll check to see the strength of my hive. I'll look in here and I'll see, do I have a good amount of hatch brood, which means they're about 11 days from hatching. And I'll look to see, and if I've got 2 strong boxes and I've got a good amount of honey, I might decide to split it. And we usually do that late spring. And what you do is you take about 3 frames of brood and then 2 frames of honey, and you will make a new hive. You will leave the old queen here, and I'll buy a mated queen.
You'll buy a queen.
I'll buy a queen.
How does the queen get selected?
A lot of genetics, when there's so much to this, y'all. I have taken so many classes and I just feel like I just know so much. But the bees will decide, the workers decide if they need a new queen, is she not laying enough eggs? Is this too crowded? The workers decide every bit of that. if they decide that, hey, this queen's just not performing like we want her to, they'll make a queen cell, which looks like a peanut. And they'll do several of them. They'll feed that larvae royal jelly. And first queen wins, and she'll kill her sisters, and then she'll fly out and mate in a drone cloud. And then she'll come back, and then all she does is lay eggs for the rest of her life. She's bigger, but man, I tell you, you think you're so good. I even bought a book that talks about queen spotting, so you can see the queen, but it's tough. When you've got several hundred bees all over this, trying to find one that's just a bit bigger, it's like Jiminy Christmas. So when we do a split, we will get a new queen in a box like this. And it will be a queen, and she'll have 5 nurse bees. And they've got, on one side's a cork, and on the other side will be a thing of sugar candy. And that's what these guys will eat. We'll make sure that the other queen isn't in there. I'll put that box in here and let it sit. And I'll know if the queen is still in here and I didn't get her out by how the bees will come up to this box. If they're coming head first and they start fanning, they're trying to spread this new queen's pheromone out, her queen perfume. But if they come in butt first and they're trying to sting her, oh howdy, that other queen's still in there, I need to check again. But usually it's not too bad, you know, how to do it. Denise had a big time with watching it this year. So this split, when I did my splits, everything went real good. I had 2 new hives. Actually, we did 3. And I put the queens in there. But because we did it later and it was so bad this summer, I had other bees come in and rob my new splits. So I was just devastated because, man, they liked the queen, the whole 9 yards. What's going on? And I cried because it's like, what happened? All my bees were dead. And they had come in and robbed the honey. But the brood was still okay. So I took that, I gave my friend some of the brood that was still okay. And then I took the rest to Mercer. And I just happened that I was doing a bee walk. And so I only had 6 people show up that day because it was hotter and I'll get out. And they got to see some of the brood coming out. They got to see the bees being born, which was super cool. So, I mean, it's fascinating, y'all. It's not a cheap hobby. This stuff gets expensive, especially if you decide, well, I need this, and maybe I need one of these, and I need them different. I want 2 more of these, and I want a different top than when it came from. But it's a lot of fun. I don't plan on making mead. I don't plan on doing any of that stuff. Candle wax, none of it. I just like doing the bees. I like teaching about it. And we do have a Beyond Bees walk at Mercer. We're doing it once a month. In fact, I got one next Friday where we talk about native bees and the differences between some of the native bees and then what we do with the honeybees. Yes, sir.
What would you suggest should be the next steps for somebody who wants to get into beekeeping?
If you're interested, the best way is to get a mentor. Moco Bees, which I'm a member of, they have a class. They do have bee mentors. I started out with Jerry at Mercer and mentored with him. I'm looking for people who want to volunteer to teach them more about the bees so that I have backup at Mercer. I'm getting ready to have another grandchild, which means I'm going to be gone for about 3 weeks. So, you know, having someone else there as my backup is nice if Denise can't make it. But going to the beekeepers, finding a good beekeepers association, and MoCo, the Montgomery County is wonderful. I live in Harris County, but that's just too far to drive way downtown. It's easier for me to go up 45, and I love everybody there because there's people from Conroe and Huntsville and everywhere else. It's just a good way to learn. Go into classes. There's a lot of stuff online. I went to the Beekeepers Convention this past fall, took a ton of classes, met so many wonderful people. There's a lot of resources, but it's good to mentor with somebody before you get into it yourself. Because when you get into it, you know, I didn't have Jerry and I'm like, Jimmy, what do I do now? And so go home, watch another video, ask some more people. There's always plenty of people to help you, but start out slow, learn about it before you do it. Usually most of the home beekeepers will usually quit after 2-3 years. It just becomes too much for them because there is a lot to learn, there's Varroa, there's gypsy moth, there's hive beetles, and I've had all 3 of them. And then you're just like, what do I have? You know, so you just want to make sure you learn enough to where you're not spending a lot of money for something that you just can't keep going because your knowledge level's not there.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Pass this around. This was in my friend. This was her queen, which she left there for a little while. Poor thing died. We just left the box in there because it was glued in like y'all did. But this is some honeycomb that's drawn on both sides. So if they do it by themselves, you know, there's nothing there. And a lot of people will have free frames, just wire down and let them go. But that's harder to pull in and out, especially if you're trying to harvest, which is what's so wonderful about these. But I'll let y'all see this because it's kind of sticky. I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay.
Okay, we have time for another before we go on break. And we're so close to Victoria. She says to him, he's got an hour now.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank
you.
And you check it works.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, so mine's short, so we can get to a break. And thanks, Jeff, for going first, because my pictures are gonna look very rudimentary compared to Jeff's, but that's okay. So just a little bit about me. So I'm a registered nurse by day. Birds, creatures are my thing. Don't really like insects or worms. Sorry if you do. So basically I have like a country mouse, city mouse, country mouse story. So I grew up in what it's not anymore, but when I grew up there, in Bryan, it was considered country, right? So we had lots of stuff roaming around, all kinds of critters. Then about 20 years ago, I moved to Galveston, and then worked my way through the city all the way back up north. So now we live in Splendora. So that's kind of what got me going as far as the natural world goes. So birding has kind of been casual for me. It was very interesting when I lived in Galveston, all the shorebirds. Then in the city, you don't see anything very interesting. But then when we moved back up north, we saw a lot more interesting things. So my setup, we live on 1.6 acres. We have woodlands on 2 sides. When I put this presentation together, we had woodlands on 2 sides. They have since cleared one of the lots next to us, which is very sad. I have a stand feeder, so your traditional like shepherd's hook with 3 hooks on it. I have a suet box that I put out this summer. Didn't work so well. We can talk about that. I have a tray feeder, and then I have a hanging cylinder feeder. Most of the pictures you'll see are from my shepherd's hook by my office window. So that's where I could get the best pictures. And I became an equal opportunity feeder because I couldn't get rid of the squirrels very easily. And I just didn't really want to shoot them. So they didn't have many options. I looked online, and kind of the capsaicin sweet heat was really the only way to naturally keep them away. So it's kind of been working, but I found if I give them their own corn and things, they'll kind of stay away. But then of course I get the crows and stuff, so it's give or take. So like I said, mostly sweet heat. The capsaicin coated bird feed keeps the squirrels away and other critters. Although something is digging underneath my feeder, I need to put a game camera out there and see what it is, probably an armadillo. I had suet blocks this summer, but I thought my woodpeckers would take time, but they really didn't. They just got creepy. So I don't think we'll do that again. And then I also have hummingbird feeders during their migration. I don't have any pictures of hummingbirds, unfortunately, my own pictures, but we did get a ton of them when they were coming through. So these are not my pictures. I'm not a pro, but this is kind of pictures of what I've seen. So the top two, a male and female, ruby-throated hummingbirds, a downy woodpecker. So this was new, maybe like a month ago. I started having one little mama downy woodpecker come. Chickadees, of course, the crows, my nemesis, and also the nemesis of my dogs. Mockingbirds, of course, which I love because they're the state bird, but they're also kind of bullies. Carolina wrens, the biggest bullies on the block, the blue jays, northern cardinals, house finches. My crowning glory is my red-bellied woodpecker. We did get one pair of pileated woodpeckers, which I have a video of. Mourning dove, and of course we have tons of the little titmouses. They come most often. And I didn't put on here, but we also have pine warblers. I saw them in Jeff's presentation. It reminded me we also have pine warblers. And then our visitors. So I know this guy here in the bottom left is not a bird. I'm aware that's a bat, but we do have bats. They're really cool. My husband did not believe me that they were bats. So I had to throw sticks in the sky so he would see them come down for him. So I know when we had the bat talk, I think it was at one of the chapter meetings or something, they were talking about throwing keys up. I'm like, that's a little chancy because they'll take off with whatever you throw. So, and then big old vultures we have, of course. We have red-tailed hawks, we have red-shouldered hawks, and one day, just randomly, we have 4 windows in our living room. Randomly, I was in the kitchen and I looked out and a rabbit came running across the yard and here comes the hawk right after. It was really cool. Luckily, he did not catch the rabbit, but he tried. And then I think 2 nights we had horned owls. And one of them I spot lit and got a good look at. The other one we drove up on. And we didn't actually believe that we saw it. So we had to back up. And once we backed up, he took off. So, but they're really cool. So here's my photos. Like I said, not a professional. And they're through a screen, unfortunately. But I was working and I just look over and see something and take a picture of it. So here on the left, you have one of the really big blue jays. So there's a pair of them. And what I've learned about blue jay behavior is the dudes will buddy up and be like, okay, truce, we're gonna go chase everybody off this feeder. It's gonna be our feeder today. So that's what they do. Then we have our redbird couple here. They have like a little family. I don't know who belongs to who, but usually 2 or 3 of them show up. One of them's a juvenile. There's a female and a male. So there's the male and female. Got my little titmouses here. And then that's my feeder that I usually have corn on where that vulture is sitting. Pretty sure I threw a turkey neck or something back there, so that's why he's back there. But I didn't have any corn on there at the time, but there's usually squirrels all over it. And then randomly one morning, my husband came and got me and said, can you come outside because there's a bird I don't think you've seen out here before. So I jumped up and ran out there. I don't know, maybe some duck people in here can tell me. This is a Muscovy duck. And I think it probably wandered over from somebody's yard. We don't have any ponds or anything, so I don't know where it came from, but it was incredibly random, but it was pretty cool. So here is my pileated. So this is just one of them I could catch. And this tree has some dead at the bottom. And so he's working in there, getting all the tasty little insects. There was another one on another tree in the back. And so that was really cool. I watched him for a while. I have a video of my big old red-bellied woodpecker, but I couldn't find it on my computer last night. But he'll come and this feeder here he'll kind of grab onto it and he'll hang off of it and he'll go sideways and get stuff out of it. He'll come down these trees that's kind of close to where my big feeder is. So he'll come down these trees and then kind of hop over. He likes to eat out of the tray. But yeah, I didn't have a picture of him, so. These are my resources. If you're looking for a field guide, I didn't bring them with me, but the National Geographic field guide is really good, like at a glance. It has good tabs where you can just pick the type of bird and then it has all the pictures. The TOS field guide, it's a little more in the weeds. It's very technical, but it's a really good source. And then I don't know if anybody else has taken the Birding for Fun series, but that was really good. Christine's a really good teacher. She focuses a lot on the Gulf Coast because she lives in Alvin, but it's really interesting. So if you were looking for like advanced training or anything, it's a really
YouTube thing or?
The Birding for Fun.
Yeah.
It's like a weekly class and she does it on Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah. And so and if you miss a class, she'll send you the links and stuff, but yeah, it's a really good class. So that's my bird.
Have you started like using iNaturalist and like
Yes.
documenting the birds?
Yeah, I have. If I can get a good enough picture of them, I will. But I haven't uploaded a whole lot in there, but I need to. I thought you were gonna ask if I had any alligators in my backyard.
So Sarah, I used the Merlin bird map and I just put the record thing on.
Yes.
And that is so cool.
It is.
Do y'all know about that?
I just found out about it.
In the Merlin bird app, you can do sound ID and you just press the button and it starts recording. And as soon as it hears the bird, it starts listing the birds that it hears.
Yeah.
It is so cool.
And then, yeah, and that's actually how it's described to me. They're like, she's like, for birds. And I was like,
Yeah.
And then it right there. Also, the other bird I hate in my backyard is the monkey dove. Because it knocks all the seeds. It's so heavy. It's so heavy.
Mine in my yard tend to stay on the ground.
Okay.
You know, my leader, I don't know why. They just kind of walk around the ground.
Yeah, that's good. 'Cause mine, it lands on my, and then the squirrels have a blast because now all the bird seeds on the ground.
I think I have so many bullies between the mockingbirds and the jays. There's so many bullies that are like.
Okay, yeah. It's really cool. I actually do my bird feeders.
Oh, yeah?
Because I thought this was same enough. Everybody should do it. And I found all the articles that says this is really good. Make sure you're not feeding
And
cats.
everybody who's been has presented said, don't ever do any wild animals. I'm like,
Yeah.
I would, she may have, I have one that takes up.
Either one of these.
So do I need to register? You just show up and there's.
So you're having a look at it.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That was it. Okay, so.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay.
Nobody's watching. No one.
Oh, good thing. Okay, I was, no, it's not. I know what I just kind of gave my password.
Oh, there we go, okay. Oh, wow, they got it, okay. Perfect, thank you.
Now we're almost there.
We're almost there.
So I guess it's the
Yep,
mosquito
that's
place.
it.
And whenever you're,
And then the slideshow?
whenever it's your turn to present,
Okay.
we'll just have it here.
Okay.
So if you go next, it's there. If not, then we'll just do it there.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Oh, that's so good. You have it plugged in.
Yeah, we got
Oh,
it.
y'all are so good.
Can I use the Carolyn one this way? Thank you so much. Awesome.
Carolyn.
Oh, yeah, yes.
That is such a cool thing.
Have you heard about the owl?
I just heard about it recently now, just now.
And it's kind of
I know.
when you talk
Ooh,
about
ooh.
I know. Oh,
you look at me.
me.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Probably not today. We just had a lot of rain yesterday. Probably next Saturday.
I think I put some of my yes.
I see you, Sissy. Hey, Sissy. I'm waiting. It's not like a mini. Yes, I'm waiting. Hi, Sissy. I'm sorry you're not here. You're gonna go back. Yes. And then.
So you're aware.
Oh, but it doesn't show on the screen. I forgot.
Just for the cat.
Yeah. Do not? Right.
Almost ready. Go to the bathroom. Well, as long as I know it's called.
Oh, yeah.
So I did bring it to request everything else.
Okay. This is so fun. Now we get to the nitty gritty. We get to see what everybody's interested in, right? Because you never know what things you're interested in. You never suspect that like hobbies are going to be a fit. That is so cool, right? So I wanted to remind you that the time you spent developing your presentation and your presentation itself, giving up into Dunn.River, counts as volunteer hours. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, great. Well, you know, so many of you are so close to certifying. For those of you who aren't members, who are significant others or friends who have joined us, in order to become a master naturalist, you have to take 40 hours of initial training, which is what your friends have done. They've taken their 40 hours to graduate. In order to certify, they have to take 8 additional hours of advanced training, which is, watching all of this, most of you have probably been dedicated to advanced training. And then they need 40 hours of volunteer service. It can be tough in the middle of summer to get volunteer hours. Things kind of dry up.
So what do you put it under?
So, what
Like when you go to put it in your volunteer.
Okay. For your volunteer hours for this, you would do it as DO.
Because I've been working on this since April.
Okay. It's DO, other, okay, I told them that putting together their presentations and presenting to us counts as volunteer.
Right, it does. So DO is under direct outreach. Yeah. So you can log the time that you use to make this under DO.
But not starting in April when she got her kid.
I want to see what's the classification of a DO?
DO is
direct outreach.
But is it other location or?
You can put other location or other partner. We have one like for Mercer, we have one for Huntsville, right? Or no?
Yeah. Oh, Bobby, where's my big binder?
Right here.
I got it.
So
right
if
here.
you spend 2 hours for putting together the presentation, you can claim those hours. And then the time, can you do the time you're presenting?
Yes.
So some of y'all have done 8 minutes, 10 minutes. 25. 25. Oh, 25. Yeah, so like today, you would put 0.25 for your presentation. Now, you're watching all these guys, so it's 18.
Okay, so it would go under DO, training and education events on TMN topics. That's what DO is.
And so then watching the demonstrations is AT.
Exactly.
Single presentation, advanced training, single presentation for all of these. And you can just lump sum however many hours you spent
Right.
on the presentations.
Yes.
And then the whole day is really.
Yeah. The whole day is
So if some of you don't have all your AT yet, put it there.
But I think everyone here has their 40 hours of
Graduation, they have all their intern training.
Yay! So anything beyond is advanced training, all right? And then you'll get a few volunteer hours too.
There was one impact data too. Okay, impact data is a little different. So if you're out on a trail, not really here, right? Not for DO, but you could put how many adults. Yeah. Just look around there, not anything about how many males, there's no children here, so. Okay.
There were some children on, my kids are on Zoom.
That's true, we get to count, I forget to count Jeff and Sissy, don't forget to count Jeff and Sissy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, what else? This is yours.
Yeah, we fought through the
I
doors,
think we
so-
are ready for Ann. Okay, guys, our next presenter is Ann, who has left you with the goodies. Don't eat that. Go for it, Ann.
All right, let's see if I can get. You're awesome. You're already on the way. You already know. Okay.
I should definitely move.
Should get extra hours.
Yes, this is my 1.5.
Hey, nice. Okay, so I'm a little nervous, but it's a little shaky when I'm nervous. Bear with me, or if I like completely stall. Bear with me. Okay, so. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. All right, so hello everyone, my name's Anne, Naomi, and I'm really excited to present today. And of course, I am going to do it on videos. So, oh, and just another thing, I am not a photographer. My pictures are atrocious. If they look nice, it's because they're not mine, and I definitely cited them at the end of the PowerPoint. So, all right, so maybe not love, because I don't think I've ever met someone that says that they love mosquitoes, myself included. But they are kind of cool, and it's not surprising they're no one's favorite because they are the most dangerous animal, at least the most deadly, right? So, but some fun facts about mosquitoes: they fly at about 1.5 miles per hour. They, they're attracted to fidgety people or active people. Kind of sucks in the field I work in. They're also attracted to women's stinky feet, dark clothing, and in one study, mosquitoes are actually more active at a full moon. So fun stuff. There's approximately 2,700 worldwide. There's approximately 176 in the United States and about 44 in the Woodlands, Texas. Species? Yes. Yes. Sorry. All right. So I work with the Woodlands Township. I'm a mosquito tech, and I love it. It's very, very cool. Well, depending on who you are, of course. First, why do we do what we do? So, as I said, they are vectors. Mosquitoes are vectors for disease. I think everybody knows that. But so we're pretty fortunate here that the mosquitoes that we have don't necessarily carry like dengue, Chinooga, and things like that. But they do vector. We are vectors for West Nile. And in 2002, South Montgomery County was identified as a hot spot for West Nile. In 2003, there was a graduate at A&M that did research and found that calendar spraying was not only ineffective, but super costly. So what we use is a program called IMM, or Integrated Mosquito Management, where we do things like educate the public, and then we set out traps and use those traps to identify the species, and then we test. So if a site does have West Nile, that's when we go out and spray, not just spraying for spraying. Yeah, well, you got it, you got it. So, and then we really target on the larva. We larvicide, and we try to catch them as babies before they turn into adults. So now that you know why we do this, let's see how we do it. So there's two different kinds of traps. One is the BG, which is in the middle, or a sentinel trap. And the other one I brought today is a gravid. So we have 43 sites around the Woodlands, Texas, and we set them every Monday. And every Tuesday, we go around and pick them up. Because I like you guys and I don't want you to hate me, I'm not going to put the mosquito tea in the bottom of this thing.
Mosquito tea.
Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna let you have a whiff of it if you like. It does smell terrible. Do not spill this on you. If you do, you will smell like it for a while. I did not realize that. My husband was convinced that the cats were peeing around the house. And I am not the best like with laundry. So I was just shoving it all, like darks, lights, shoving it all in the same thing. Finally, I bring it up at dinner, then I'm like, so the cats don't pee on anything, not a small thing. And him and the kids were like, no, we realized it was your clothes. I was making them stink and sending them out because I use earth grease. So instead of using like oxy or something stronger, just earth grease. And so everyone in my house was just smelling, and I was nose blind to it because I lean over these barrels every Monday. So, yeah. So that's the mosquito tea. It drops down in the bottom. What is it made out of? Alfalfa, hay, and water. So you'd be surprised, but if you leave it there for a little while, it smells terrible. Yeah. So, and then the BGs use a lure. They don't have anything liquid with the lures. Don't get that too close to your face. I made that terrible, terrible mistake. So, and then we have a rain garden. So the mosquito tea goes in here. Once the female is gravid or pregnant, she will take her blood source, so she'll bite you. So no, sorry guys, you're not catching them before they bite you. They bite you first. And then she's gonna come over to the water. She's gonna try to land and lay her eggs. We're gonna suck them up. And those are the ones that we send out to dishes in Austin to test. We do have in-house ramp testing where we can test ourselves, and we do ID ourselves. So, yes, it is, yeah, pretty bad. So, so this is what Terry was talking about. The people that go out and pop storm drains, that's me. So we definitely go out, we pop them. And you can see clearly like which neighbors are over irrigating their lawns and dropping their clippings down there. And they're absolutely trash. You can see there's, of course, you can see the bright green. That is somebody's dog poop that they threw in the storm drain because, you know, yeah, just because why, right? And yes, I do lean down and use grabbers to take all this up. So once I'm in there, I just pull it out because I'm already in there. So why not? So this is what a storm drain is supposed to look like. It's dry or slightly damp. This one, I don't know if you can see the reflection of the water. It is full of water. This is breeding your mosquitoes. You are literally making them yourselves, and then they're coming to bite you. And a lot of times in ones like this, you're gonna see, you know, culics or algal. The culics are the ones that carry, you know, West Nile.
Okay, now, which picture is the way it's supposed to look?
This one right here, if you see it's dry. There's a little bit of damp where you can see like the water has just barely run down. But this one, if you look, it's staying. It's not leaving. It's clogged, maybe trash. A lot of times over irrigating. It is like common that I will see like beautifully green landscapes and a full storm drain. And then all those clippings are going down there, making your own little mosquito tea or something. So not fun. Yeah, and which is, as Terry said, they're definitely not supposed to do. So, but it happens.
So the tea is what they are attracted to and lay their eggs in?
Water. So once she takes the blood protein, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, that's what it's pulling her. She smells that. She's like, especially culics. We're targeting culics specifically, mostly because of West Nile. And so they love dirty water. Albo like clean water. They're container brands. Culics absolutely love that stinky water, and they're targeted. And so because we're trying to target them to test them for West Nile, those are the tests will be, yeah, we do that. So I also have, so like I said, a big part of what we do, the reason that we do this is once we have a site test positive for the West Nile, or if we get a complaint from a resident that says that there's a ton of mosquitoes, they'll send us out. And we'll pop those storm drains, and I will dip and check for mosquito larvae, or we call wigglers. That is a huge part of what we do. Like I said, so a Frisbee can breed 1,000 mosquitoes a week. And so if you have kids' toys, trash, a water bottle lid, you're breeding your own mosquitoes. Anything that's going to retain water is going to have these. If you're looking around your yard, there's those little wigglers. Those are your mosquitoes. So if you can't dump your water source, use a dump. If you're comfortable, I know a lot of people, but that's what we have. We do dump, we do, it's BTI. So if you can't dump it, please dump it. So now is the fun part. Do I get to the fun part? Yay. And I can turn this off. I guess we don't need this in the background the whole time. So now here's the fun part. I'm going to show you guys at least a little bit on how to identify mosquitoes. Okay. So, because I'm weird and I think I'm with other awesome nerds, and I thought you guys would think it was fun. So I get overexcited when I go to work. I'm like, I got to catch mosquitoes. So, and it's true. And no, my partner and kids are not amused that I have these. These are my personal mosquitoes. I have caught all these, and usually they would put them in a compost. But because I'm weird, I put them in a container and put them in my freezer. No,
I mean, I would.
Yeah, the way that the kids are not amused. I have a microscope. I'm so excited. So, do not worry about messing with the samples. They've already been sorted. They've already been counted. You're good to go. You will probably rip something's head off or wing off or butt. Like it's probably not. It's okay. That's okay. So, so let's see. What we're gonna do is specifically we're gonna look at male to female, and then we're gonna just do 2. We're gonna focus on 2 out of the 44, and those are the ones like I've mentioned before that we specifically focus on, which is Aedes albopictus and Culex quinque fasciitis. So Aedes is albo, just because I'm not gonna keep saying albopictus. And quinque fasciitis, even though it's a lot of fun to say, we're just gonna call it quink. So these are the 2 that we're looking at, and these are the 2. This is kind of what it looks like whenever it comes. We kind of get the net, and then we aspirate it out, or suck it out. The ones that don't go to dishes stay here, and we sort and identify. As I said, we can do ramp testing, but dishes does about 36 for us out of the 43 sites. Okay, and so and these are some, even though mosquitoes are dangerous, there are some that are very beautiful, like Marilyn said. So this is a Toxorhynchides. These 2 right here. Definitely this one, not for sure this one, sorry. That's a tox. And you can see like by the bend proboscis, this one will not bite you. It cannot bite you. That bend proboscis. It's very beautiful, especially under a microscope. They're gorgeous. So they can be very pretty. No. And this is our elbow, which we're gonna learn about. So first thing, and again, sorry for pictures. This is on a like a microscope screen. So this is my best. You guys got my best one here. Okay, so first, the thing we need to know is it a mosquito. So you might have bycatch. You can go ahead and look. It's probably easier to like take your microscope and go over your tray. So go ahead and take a look for any bycatch. So what we're looking for when we're looking for a mosquito is specifically kind of the shape. Its wings. You're only going to have 2 wings, and you're looking for a proboscis. If it doesn't have that pointy mouth part that bites you, that's what's biting you, then it's not a mosquito. So you can just kind of push those out of the way. It's not a mosquito. If it doesn't have a proboscis, it's not a mosquito. It could be a lot of other things. But what is it? Yeah, I'm working on it. That's why I tell them about the songs so I can play with them. I want to know. Because they do. Yeah, so it might be easier too if you lean over and you have the tray and you kind of get the microscope over, or now you kind of over the tray. You can kind of see them a little better that way. Oh, I thought it was yeah, a lot of really fat one. Yeah, and I was grabbing. That's she's right away her age. So I am going to move a little fast just because I know that, it will take forever. So this one is not a mosquito. You can also see by the sheen on the wings look a little like, it's like, I guess like cellophane is just a little more shiny and shimmery. Yeah. So that's not a mosquito. The wings aren't going to look like that. They're going to look like that one over there. A little more like, what are they, scales. And this one also does not have a proboscis. You can see there, that is a leg, but there is no mouth part, which you can clearly see underneath the palps here on the elbow right here. Proboscis. So no proboscis, not a mosquito. Second thing, male versus female. Males, awesome bushy eyebrows. They're not eyebrows, they're antennas, but I like eyebrows because they're cute. So you can see it's super bushy. And then this one is a female and it does not have that bush. And you should be able to see that depending on your eyesight, just with your, just looking at it. If you down, yeah. If you have any questions, so you can look over and you can kind of see. So you're going to separate out the males from the females. We do not test the males. We species, or we count the males, but we don't speciate them. Males aren't going to bite you. They don't need blood protein meal. So they're not gonna bite you, we just count them.
What do they eat if they're not?
Nectar. They're a slight honey, slight. Not enough to, let them survive. Slight. So if you have, so those are the males versus females, hopefully you at least can see a few. Okay, yeah, males versus females. And then the next thing we're doing, we're gonna go over one of the species, which is the albo. If you are around this area and you see a black mosquito and it's got white on it, it is probably an albo. That is very likely. And that also probably means that you're breeding your own mosquitoes in your yard. They might be in a planter, maybe one of your planters is holding water. It could be a kid's toy, like I said, Frisbee. There's one of the containers that is from my yard. I got those wigglers from my yard because I have a million kids, just getting 3, but we definitely have mosquito larvae, so I have to repeatedly dump it out, and sometimes I get busy.
That's my kid's job.
And that's
Go dump it.
Yeah, and that's my job, and I still kind of suck sometimes. So the albo is gonna, there's certain distinguishing features that makes it an absolute no way that it's an albo. So you're gonna have banded legs. This one's suck. You can tell this is not my picture because it looks great. So you're gonna look for the banded legs. If you can see the white banding on the legs, that's probably an albo. The other indicator is the white palps. So the little short part, not the proboscis, but there's a little short mustache, right there. And if the tips are white, that's another indicator that's an albo. And the last thing is that you see that white line on the scrotum or the top of the thorax. That is also an indicator. So if I have all 3 of those, I'm pretty confident that I'm looking at an albo.
An albo is a.
Albopictus. Here, depending on where it's at. They can vector for West Nile, which we found out this season. So,
And you had a question right here. I was told once by someone about the little tiny mosquitoes, they're
retaining
mosquitoes that actually do on a leaf. Is that true?
If they have enough water to breed, they could. So definitely, like in a tree log, you definitely could. Or if you have stimulus,
strong, so.
you could. I mean, depending on the plant. I mean, some plants, kind of make that.
Those little tiny mosquitoes, I mean, I didn't grow up in the Houston area seeing those, but they're around the house.
Yeah, well, the European, those are also actually really, really beautiful underneath a microscope as well. They're really yeah, the bigger ones, I think you guys were talking about, you were near the goal. You were probably getting bit by Sarabra.
Yeah.
They will hurt you, and they're big.
Okay, so let's say Michael Mary is breeding mosquitoes in the backyard. How far will
Mosquitoes go? It depends on the mosquito. A Sarabra, I believe it's Sarabra. I have to double check, but I believe a Sarabra can go 40 miles. You're 40. Your albos and your quinks are only going to go. There's some debate on this, but usually, from what I understand, about 1/4 to 1/2 of a mile. So if you're getting big, they're near you. It might be your neighbor. Which, if you can't get your neighbor to cooperate and they are breeding a lot, you could potentially reach out to Covens or have us do a site survey. We can't go on the yard without permission. But if it's a safety hazard, then we can try to figure out what to do to make sure that they're not being injured. All right, so there's our albo and our quinks. So our quinks are like a tan brown. I would almost go say yellow when they look gravid. So this one is gravid, so pregnant, and this one's not, or maybe she already had her eggs. On the back of the culex, you will see a very clear D shape or half moon. You can see right there on the banding. So, but you might be able to see just in your tray that if it's black in your tray, it's probably an albo. If it's like that brown or tan, that's probably a quink. And that's because, like I said, we're targeting those mosquitoes. Those are the ones we're trying to catch. So if you have a light trap, you might get a bunch of different ones, but we don't set those very often because we're trying to get these guys. So let's see. Don't get discouraged if you can't tell. So after they go through the fan, sometimes they look like they look awesome like this. This is a mosquito. This is actually multiple mosquitoes. After the fan had to go, there's one here, there's one there, and they are smushed together. And yes, I do have to kind of try to figure out what they are and what species it is, which is fun. Especially ants in the trap. Fire ants love mosquitoes. And they, I just had a trap where they ate everything except for thorax. That was it. I just had a bunch of thoraxes. And I was like, oh, what is going on here? Fire ants. The other thing with those mosquitoes, spiders. They're actually adorable. When we're outside trying to suck them out of the nets, they will the little pantropic jumping spiders would like jump on and they would just like inch closer, like, "Please, can I have a snack?" You know, like they're weird. So, but I'm like, no, you can't have it. Okay, come on. You know. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little test. I think you guys are kind of pros. All right, so you can use your fingers to let me know. So taking a look at this, if you can, how many males? Hmm? I'm hearing a lot of 3. I'm hearing 3. May I see 2? That's 2. 2.5. 4, 3. It is 3. I know it's kind of hard to tell. Like I said, I'm so bad at pictures. Forgive me. So you have one here. You can see the bushy eyebrows. It's kind of like a mix, though. Like I said, it's so bad at pictures. You have one smack in the middle, and then you have this one over here. Yeah. The one on top here, this guy up elbow. Yeah, so it's not, so that's kind of hard to tell sometimes because sometimes they have like the long eyelashes, but they're not really bushy. You know, they're just kind of long. They're like the, you know, the pretty. So yeah, so there's 3 males here and 3 females. Yeah. Okay, so 1 for male, 2 for female. That's right, that's male all day. Yeah. Bushy eyebrows. Okay. 1 for elbow, 2 for quink. Elbow, yes. Totally an elbow, yeah. We got the legs, especially on the male over here. You can see the banded legs. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You got kind of a little mustache right there, a little bit. And then along this one, if you look, you can see your white lines. Yeah, that's an elbow. Elbow quink. Yeah, you guys are awesome. All right, so now, oh wait, oh, I forgot. Okay, how many are here? How many species? I'm sorry, how many species are here? 2. Yeah, it's totally a trick. I'm a total jerk. I didn't even show you the 3rd one. It's definitely 3. Now you can tell, so this is an elbow, but like some of it, well, like I said, is the shape. So this one's kind of hard to tell, but you can see the black and silver. You can see the banding on the legs here. So, and like I said, sometimes it's the shape of the mosquito too, is what you're looking at. This is your quink. And then if you look at the butt on this one, you see how it's really pointed, but that's missing from the other ones. This is a different one. This is actually a Pterophora. And you can see like a little bit of that iridescent purple. And underneath the microscope, that's very, very beautiful. So that's 3. Mosquitoes. Okay. And is this mosquito? That's the last question. Sorry. Last one. Is this no, never brought. That's right. Yep. What is it? That I think is a midge. I think it's a midge. I think it's a midge.
What is it? I just want to say it's hard sometimes to see it with the magnifying glass, but if you use the magnifier on your phone, it's much easier to see the perfect.
Yeah, we did this once before, and it was right before dinner last night. I made my family do this, and I have 2 teenagers and 1 5-year-old, so they were not the most amused. And my partner had just got off work, and I was like, "Come on, guys, it'd be so fun." They're like, "You are seriously the worst." I was like withholding dinner for it too. I'm like, "No, we got to do this first." Okay, so now that I've talked about how beautiful mosquitoes are, I'm going to tell you how to kill them. Yeah, which is not very nice, I know. So, so this is BTI, Bacillus thuringiensis israelis. I say that last part so hard. And what it is it's a bacteria that the larvae eat, and then they drift peacefully to sleep. I think they actually burst. Pretty sure they burst, but they're dead. Either way, they're totally dead. And from one of these dunks, like I said, this is not going to harm you or your dog or any, it's not going to harm anything. This is a larva. And that's what we're targeting is the larva. Once larvae eat it, then like I said, they die. If you cannot dump your water out, this is what we ask you to do, but you don't need a whole donut. Like if you have a bird bath, this dunk treats 100 square feet of water. So you don't need to drop a whole dunk. You do have the granules, yeah. Or you can just break it up a little bit. I have a bird bath. I just break up a little bit. I just put a little bit in there, rather than the whole thing. Let's see. So that's our BTI. That's what, if you see me in the storm drains, I have people yell at me constantly in the woodlands. I'm not dropping pesticides down there. But why not?
pools do they not like chlorine? So
They don't like the chlorine. Well, and that's a great question, because the other thing that a lot of people think is that they can be in a green space, a lot of the green spaces around the woodlands, but a lot of time if you're gonna have your other critters like your dragonflies, damselflies, frogs, they're gonna eat that larva. So we have biocontrol agents and we don't wanna mess with that. If they're doing it, we don't wanna disrupt that. What we want is not make more, and there's no control. So if you have a green pool, so if someone has a pool and they're not taking care of it, yes, ma'am, absolutely, they're gonna pop out. Mosquito is repellent. I will never tell anybody what to put on their person, but if you don't want to get bit by mosquitoes, you have to wear repellent. There are 4 EPA approved ingredients. We have oil of lemon eucalyptus, picaridin, IR35, 35, and D. Not all of them work for everybody or at the right site. I was by a site over on Sawmill, and there was a woodlands pool, Serapha over there, and I had doused myself in IR35, 35, and they thought it was a delicious treat on top of biting me, and they did not care. And I had no extra, it was just that. So I was like, this is not my favorite. I will say a lot of people like oil of lemon eucalyptus. They think it's more natural, and that's totally fine. Please don't put it on children under 3. And never, ever, ever put repellent on children under 2 months old. So you want to put, if you have some child that small, a net. Put a net if you have them outside, if you can. And then if you're going to put on sunscreen, apply the sunscreen first, because you're going to have to keep applying that. So yeah, so apply the sunscreen first and then your mosquito repellent.
Okay, question. So on putting repellent on small children, so is it just bad for it to be like on their skin? Or if you had a long sleeve shirt on them and pants on them, could you spray their clothes?
Yeah, I think with any of them, you probably could. So it's oil of lemon eucalyptus is specifically the only one under children of 3. Like I said, children 2 months old, nah, stop. But children 3 years and younger, it's only oil of lemon eucalyptus. Personally, as a parent, and that is not part of anybody else's personally, I will spray my kids' clothes versus their skin. I also try to spray my clothes instead of my skin just because I don't like the way it feels. It feels not my favorite. I end up rubbing my eye or something and now I'm eating it and it's just so. But if you can, please, if you don't want to put it on your skin, fair. Just try to protect yourself by putting it on your feet because what's not is out there. And 80% of people get it, nothing. Asymptomatic, you're good. 20% of people, you get a cold, maybe rash. But 1%, you could have serious consequences. So most of the time, you're fine. Just, protect yourself like anything else. So the last thing I'll say is that I did kind of write this down so I wouldn't ramble because I read it. Is that the Woodlands Township does have a lot of volunteer opportunities if you guys want to. And if there's anything that I didn't cover here, you can come to the Landscape Solutions. We will have a tent and we'll be more than happy to talk to you about anything or personal issue. I brought my microscope. So if anybody does want to nerd out and take a look underneath the microscope, please feel free. And then I also have some information on the how to take care of your house and the BTI if you're curious. And I did bring ducks if anybody wants to take a dunk, please feel free. Absolutely awesome. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Can I take my mosquitoes home to work under my bed?
Absolutely. Do you have a baggie or something? Might need a napkin?
Probably a mouth.
I'm good.
I want to show the kids.
Yeah, do the one that
I actually have a digital microscope.
Yeah, I would just do the
And I believe
one
it's
right here.
so.
Maybe, so she's the head of the environment.
Yeah. My favorite.
If y'all can pass everything to one end or the other, I'll collect it up. Thank you.
Perfect.
And how long are those mosquitoes good?
7 days. Mosquitoes will have in 7 days.
I mean, you take in storage before you use them.
Before I can use them? What do you mean? Oh, so how long until I can kill them? Is that what you're saying?
I've got some I've had for years.
I would think so. They start to lose their scales and it gets a little harder to identify them, but they're still, you can still kind of see the shape and stuff. Of course. And especially if you have them in a freezer. Do you have them in a dry space or in a freezer? Neither? Oh, I guess it would be a little weird. You have mosquitoes, but I just assumed you have mosquitoes. Probably, I would play a save and buy one. It sounds like, oh, there we go. Or Amazon. Yeah, you might, worst case, you try it, and it's so bad. Are you keeping these? Yes.
Must be really long. Oh, yeah, look, it says 88%.
You guys are amazing. It was wonderful to get to know everybody a bit.
It's a big one.
Not really, well.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah, so if you ever do.
Do they help?
I think,
Very good.
let me see
Got it?
what Bobby has on his.
Okay.
And here's that you are. Yep, it's perfect. All we have to do is click on it. So you got it.
I tutored her at the laptop.
2 hours is now.
At the laptop, not the screen.
Yeah, you like viewing.
Oh, for that.
Yeah, but it has like a time.
Okay, thanks.
Two bananas left.
Right. Hello, everybody. I'm Joanne Bradbury. Joanne Bradbury, also known as JoJo. And so I'm a for the Bayou Land Conservancy. I'm an ambassador for them. I'm also a trail steward. And as a trail steward, we maintain the trails that we walk along the Spring Creek Nature Trail along the Greenway. I'm also a bird survey leader for BLC. I'm going to say BLC instead of Bayou Land Conservancy all the time. That's what that means. And Houston Audubon also. Texas Master Naturalist in Training until today. Everybody's been wonderful. I've had a great opportunity to meet a lot of people. It's been great. World traveler and bird nerd. Loudon Wildlife Conservancy was when we lived in Virginia. I led bird walks there for 5 years. So I am a considerate mountain biker. And the Flint Ridge Trails, which lead into the Spring Creek Nature Center, I rode those on my bike with a friend before the Spring Creek was open to the public. So, you know, we'd ride through grass this tall. And all of a sudden, I discovered that there were these ponds. And I came across these ponds, and they had herons and egrets. Oh, by the way, we're talking about birds again. And so I found all these awesome birds and roseate spoonbills. And I thought, oh my God, there's roseate spoonbills here. This is amazing. So I thought, this is an awesome place to bird. So I thought, you know, I'm going to start birding in addition to biking, which I did. And just as I was doing it for a while, I noticed that BLC started posting signs for a conservation easement, and they had their number on there. And I thought, you know, I've been doing bird walks for so long, and wouldn't it be nice to do a bird walk here? So I figured, well, maybe I could volunteer. So I called them up and I said, hey, would you like me to lead a bird walk? And they said, sure. Would you like to take our ambassador program? And I thought, sure, why not? So I took their ambassador program, which is really, really informative, good program. So that was in April of 2019. A month later, I started leading the bird walks. And even though COVID made us have a little break, we just kind of did it throughout. We just wore a mask and we kept doing it. So nothing stopped us from doing these bird walks. So I'm going to just talk about, now this is kind of funny because all these birds that are on here, you saw them before and you were told what they were. But if you notice any of them, can you like call out what you think you see? Like, if you see something, you know, what do you think? Yeah. There's 14 different species. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. How about this guy? in the middle.
Is that a scarlet teenage mom?
No, house, house. And how about this guy? This one, a little more elusive. White-eyed vireo. They're around though. These are the birds that we see most often, and we'll see these probably in our backyard. I did take all these pictures. They're not as good as Jeff's, that's for sure. But I did take all the pictures, and I tried to put them all in there, and I know there's a lot, but I love birds. And then there's some that that are around us all the time too. We need these. They're scavengers, but we definitely need them, even though people don't think they're very pretty. A lot of the other woodpeckers are in our area. We get the red-bellied, the pileated, the downy, the red-headed, yellow-bellied sapsucker. They come in the winter. The yellow-bellieds and the northern flicker, which I didn't have a picture of, but you'll see a lot of these along the Spring Creek Nature Trail. These two, the red-headed, this one looks like a black and white picture, but it's actually the juvenile of the red-headed. So if you see that guy around, you'll say, okay, well then that's one of those red-headed woodpeckers. They just haven't gotten their color yet. The other main woodpecker that we're really lucky to have here is the red-cockaded woodpecker. They're endangered, and they've been on the endangered list since 1970. So they've been around for a long time, but they used to go down the coast like South Carolina. Now they're really, the habitat is just declining so much. Normally they like mature pine forests, a lot of longleaf pine, but because of destruction of habitat, now really it's like Louisiana and Texas. So we're pretty lucky in Texas. When I go to W.G. Jones State Park, I don't know if anybody's been there before, anybody? Probably the birders here, right? So you go there and you'll see people from all over that will come to see this one bird because they like to have a life list. Birders are nerds and we have life lists and we want to put all these birds and we got to see them. So I put the downy on here because it looks similar. This is the downy that we see pretty often, but the red cockaded is similar and they look very much the same, almost the same size, but the red cockaded is a white cheek patch. If you see, these are banded, you can tell they have bands on them. So it gives a lot of information as to, you know, how they're breeding. The males have a little red behind the eye. It's hard to see, but birds of prey. We have a lot of birds of prey in this area, and you guys might recognize some of these. Probably some more than others. And again, it's interesting because, for instance, I didn't know this for a long time, but the bald eagle, which has the white head, unmistakable, and the white tail, when they're juveniles, they look like these two up here. They're juveniles and they're just speckled, and they don't get their white heads and tails until 5 years. It takes 5 years to get that. So that's pretty cool. I tried to put just flying and just sitting there. So we have a red-shouldered, we have a red-tailed hawks. They don't always look alike. So a lot of times, especially when you're seeing them in the air, there's certain characteristics, but they don't all look the same. So it's not like it's, oh yeah, it's a red-tailed fox, got a red tail. They don't all have red tails. They're very different, but they're usually, you know, as you get to know them, they're easier to pick out. Some of them are really easy to pick out. Swallow-tailed kite, you'll see that swallow-tail. I'm kind of breezing through this real quick. I know because I don't want to spend too much time. This is, anyway, ospreys, we'll see ospreys, we'll see American kestrels. This is a Cooper's hawk. And he was a juvenile in my yard, actually, just sitting there.
Do we have a couple of bald eagle nests in the area?
Yes, around the woodlands. They breed here.
Okay. So
in the woodlands, there's different here. I'm not going to tell you where they are because everybody wants to see them now. We can talk to you later about that. But yes, yeah, they breed here. So the North America has 4 different main flyways: Pacific, Central, Mississippi, and Atlantic. We in Texas are in the Central Flyway. So in the fall, when birds are flying south for the winter, they want to go to South America, they need to stop over before they go. They're going to make that long trip. So Texas is a great place. So they stop over. They're kind of dull in the fall. A lot of the warblers, they're not in breeding plumage. Whereas in spring, when they come up from South America, they might want to take a shortcut and they'll like instead of circumnavigating, they'll kind of cut through and do a little shortcut across the Gulf. And when they go across the Gulf of Mexico, they're tired, they're exhausted. So by the time they get to Texas, they just need to rest, they need to refuel. And so for birders, it's a great place, especially along our Texas coast. And so you might hear somebody say there's a fallout. And, it's not like a fallout, but literally the birds are just falling out of the sky because they are just exhausted. So they come in and they're just like, poof, and they like literally fall at your feet. So, birders love it. But one of the things that we have here during the winter are some of these birds. Now you might recognize some of these. Yeah. And so this is actually taken in my backyard 2 years ago when we had the snow here in Texas. So I put, food out for them. There's a lot of pines. There were some pine siskins. There's some chipping sparrows, and you guys know these, right? The American goldfinch. So these are the ones we'll see most of the time. Do you recognize any of these guys? Yeah. Yeah, you guys know your birds. You're really good. Look at that. Okay, that's pretty cool. How about this guy? Yes. Yeah, loggerhead shrike. Yep. And they're really unusual too. When they catch their prey, they'll actually drop it on like a post to spear it and save it for later so that they can eat it. It's like they call them like butcher birds. Anyway, so a lot of these birds will stay around for the winter. You probably noticed the yellow, yellow rump warbler. That's pretty easy, but that's a yellow rump also. Yellow rump is also one of those birds that they don't always look the same. You could see them and you're like, is it yellow? They're all kind of different, This little guy up here, cute, he flits around. Ruby crowned kinglet. You could just about see the red on his head. It only comes out when he's either agitated or upset or maybe aroused. And he'll just do a little bloop, and you'll just see this little red come out on his head. So you hardly get to see that, but beautiful birds. A ruby crowned kinglet. Yeah. And, I would love to tell you all the names of these birds, but I know we're limited on time. So this is kind of a part of a bigger presentation that I'm going to do in the fall, but I'm trying to take excerpts from it. And so I'm trying to kind of breeze through. But in the spring, a lot of these are the birds that you'll see, and you'll notice they got more colorful. And the reason for being that they are now heading north to their breeding grounds. And when they're getting to their breeding grounds, they want to look really, the males want to look very pretty for the ladies, of course, and they want to start singing. And so not everybody sings here in Texas. They kind of like save their energy, because if they're going to go up to maybe, any of the other northern states, some of them are heading even up to Canada and stuff, they need to save their energy. So it's bad enough they have to get into that breeding plumage, but now to sing takes a lot of energy. So they won't really sing until they get there, because why waste that energy? But you might recognize some of these. I know, like some indigo bunting, that's pretty, out there. They're beautiful. I mean, the rose-breasted grosbeak. Jeff had amazing pictures of some of the most beautiful warblers. Painted bunting. We get painted buntings a lot in the hill country, which is out west, but we do get them here too. So, you could keep your eye out for them. The nice thing about these birds is and the hummingbirds. I have to tell you about these hummingbirds. They're coming through now. They're kind of on their way right south. They're very territorial. This one happens to be a rufous. We get rufous and ruby crown mostly. We do get other ones, but that's kind of rare. But when they come in, they're very, very territorial. So if anybody's ever put the feeders up for them, you'll see them fighting. And it's amazing how they are just so territorial. It's almost funny to watch, because they'll just dive bomb each other. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. So this is some of the waterfowl that we see just on the ponds at the Spring Creek Nature Center. These black-bellied whistling ducks, I didn't see them until we moved down here to Texas. We were in Northern Virginia, moved down here on our, as a side note, when we moved in, we were waiting for our realtor to do the walkthrough on our house. And there were 2 ducks in my backyard, and they happened to be whistling ducks. And I was like, we have ducks! I was so happy. And I didn't even know what they were, because they're from Mexico. They come up, but they don't go up very far. And, I've lived in Northern Virginia, North New Jersey, different areas. So I didn't see them. So I had to actually look in my field guide and look for them. They were black-bellied.
She didn't even want to do the walkthrough. She just
I know.
stayed outside and watched the birds.
They went up on the roof, and they were so cute, and they whistled. And I'm like, what other duck do you know that whistles? I mean, come on, that is a cool duck. So anyway, I know I spent a lot of time with them because they're one of my favorite ducks now. Before that, it was wood ducks. They're beautiful, the ones up here. The wood ducks, they're gorgeous, and they were my favorite duck, but it's kind of a toss-up. I mean, a lot of these ducks are really beautiful. And as they come through, you know, they'll change their patterns. These are blue-winged teal. The northern shovelers come through. That one's a green-winged teal that's sleeping. But, and the pelicans. Yeah. But anyway, we'll see a lot of those. And, oh, I was just gonna tell you that the black-bellied whistling ducks breed here, and the model ducks breed here, and so do the wood ducks. But many of the others go somewhere else. So Anne, there she is. She came to my walk on Monday, and she says,
It's a great walk.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So she said, she goes to me, so, what, have you been doing this forever? And I'm like, oh, well, let's see. Oh, well, sometimes it feels like that, but maybe 25 years, I guess. I mean, I had to think about it because
She was obviously a great walk leader, so.
I paid her to say that. So, and I said, well, how do you ID birds? Well, this is like a whole nother presentation. So that's like a whole nother thing. And I'm not even going to get into that. But the first thing you usually see is size and shape. And you usually say to yourself, well, is it bigger than a robin, smaller than a robin? The color. So of course, you know, you'll see bluebird and you're like, yep, bluebird. Right, the type of the bill, you got the roseate spoonbill, they have the roseate, and that's like a spoon. And so, you know, then sometimes too, location, well, where am I? Am I in Northern Virginia? Do these birds come through here, or am I Texas and this is only a Texas bird? Or their habitat, like, are they in water? Are they up in the trees? Are they on the ground? And then their behavior. And I think the behavior is a really fun thing to check, because a lot of times we just take for granted, we see birds and we go like, ah, it's cardinal, you know, but like, what are they doing? What are they actually doing? And when you actually stop and look at them, you go, huh, what are they doing? Now that little guy came up as a sad guy up there, that little emoji, I just noticed. He was supposed to be a thinking guy, but I don't know why he's sad. He shouldn't be sad. But I just noticed it. I don't know why I did that. But anyway, so, but like, if you look at some of these birds, like, okay, I don't want to get in the way, but this one's actually carrying nesting material. That's red-shouldered hawk carrying nesting material. The one to the left was right in the Spring Creek Nature Trail. I was watching that nest being built, bringing food into the young. So you can see he's got that. The mockingbirds bringing food to young. The blue jay, they hold the little peanut with their feet and they like tap on it and they eat that way. These bluebirds, I have nesting boxes in my yard. And the bluebirds come, they're feeding the young there. These two, red-headed woodpecker and red-bellied, they're fighting over the same nest cavity. You see this hole here. The red-bellied was there first. And the red-headed was like, I want this hole. And he's like, no, you're not gonna get that one. So they're fighting over that. Again, these two, territorial, try to get because the hummingbirds are so fast. And I was trying to get them, you know, and they fight. And so that's one of them fighting a bit. This is actually a hawk chasing an eagle. And you think, well, the eagle's so big, he's gonna let this little thing, and you'll see that a lot. You'll see like small birds chasing a bigger bird off their territory. So bluebird, again, feeding. This one guy's just eating for himself, I think. This is pretty cool. I don't know if you can see this squirrel. This was in my backyard. And that red-tailed hawk caught that squirrel and he had him down there. He had him pinned down there. And the squirrel was still alive. The squirrel's like trying to get out. That hawk is like, no, you're not going anywhere. You know, and he's holding him down. And so I waited. I got some great pictures, you know, in addition to that one. And then like after a while, I think he had to like move his foot. Maybe it like got pins and needles in there or something. So he moved his foot and the squirrel took off and he got away. And I was like, that dude was lucky. Yeah, because really. But anyway, so another cool thing, courtship. This is at the Spring Creek Nature Center. These are great blue herons. These are great egrets, and these are little blue herons, cedar waxwings up there. You can see they'll walk side to side and they'll literally do this dance and they extend their necks, because I think maybe that's a thing of beauty to have a long extended neck. They'll look up and they'll walk in sync side by side. It's amazing. And they'll lift their legs and they'll go like this and they strut and they take their feathers and they put them out. It's adorable. And the other birds here, they'll feed each other. You'll see cardinals doing this a lot. I don't know if you guys, have you ever seen cardinals? They'll feed each other. And usually that's, again, courtship. You know, before they're going to breed, the male will bring the female some food, which is so sweet. And they look like they're kissing. They look like they're kissing. I sent that out on Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. It was just adorable. Anyway, foraging. So foraging is another way to tell. So like a lot of times when you're, especially if you're like at a pond and you're looking like across the pond, and it's hard to tell, especially things like, this is a tricolored heron. This is a great egret. That's a little blue heron. And that's a great blue heron. Those four, they're 4 different species. They look similar though in the water because you just see long neck and they look kind of similar. Well, when they forage, they all have their own behavior, and it's pretty cool to watch because they'll do their own thing. So the great blue heron, he'll spear that fish. I watched him try to eat that fish, and I mean they will try to. They'll be like, and they like, just see him almost like croaking on this fish and they're trying to eat this whole fish. It's amazing. But they will like stalk and then spear. Same with great egrets, they'll stalk and you'll see them just walking really slow and then they'll spear. The tricolored heron are funny. They're like, oh, there's fish, there's fish, there's fish. And you'll actually see them kind of go crazy. They'll be like running around. They're going, oh, I gotta catch a fish, I gotta catch a fish. It's hysterical. And then the little blue herons, again, they kind of do this, so they all have their own way of doing it. The spoonbills kind of drag their spoon, across the water. These up here are snowy egrets and white ibises, and the white ibis spoon, they're like a sewing machine. Sewing machine, yeah. And the snowy, he's pretty cool. He's got yellow feet, and he'll go and he'll tap the water, and you'll see him tapping the water with his feet to get the
Stir stuff up.
Yes, to stir stuff up. And a lot of times the great egret will hang out and kind of wait till the stuff comes up because he'll think, you know what, I'm gonna wait, let him do the work, and then I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
So I watched a great egret fishing at W.D. Jones a couple of weeks ago. And it was doing this thing where it was like weaving its neck back and forth before it would strike. Why is it doing that?
Sometimes it's the sun, like if the sun is a certain way,
Okay.
they might be trying to cast like a shadow so that they can see. So sometimes they'll do that.
Yeah, it totally looked like a cobra snake, like doing
Yeah.
this. I was like, that is so weird.
Yeah.
How do I do that?
And sometimes you'll see, like they'll take their, especially the tricolors, they'll take their wings and put them up to cause like an umbrella almost, so that they can cast the shadow so that they can see into the water. The killdeer will just sit there and like watch, and then he'll like go for something. But it's pretty cool. So that's another way of, these are like the fun behavior type things because they all forage in different ways. So citizen science projects, one of the things when I was living in Virginia, Northern Virginia, was the Loudoun County Bird Atlas. So from 2009 to 2013, which is 4 years, a team of us put together this atlas, and it was what are the birds that are breeding in Loudoun County. Now, this is back then, before like apps and things like that. So we had to do everything by hand. We had to put in breeding codes by hand. And that's where we were like, well, what is the bird doing? Not just like, oh yeah, there's a cardinal. It's like, what's he doing? Is he holding the territory, fighting somebody off? Is he feeding young? Is he building a nest? What is he doing? And that, like, I have to say, took my birding to another level because I learned so much when you actually observe the birds and see what they're doing. So that was a project that I just enjoyed so much, got so much out of it. That's when I started leading the bird walks. In the beginning, again, field guides, there's tons of field guides out there. So there's a lot of field guides, bird surveys, the Bio-Land Conservancy, which I do a bird survey for in the Houston Audubon. Great, Cornell Lab has a bunch of things, great backyard bird count, nest watch, these are all online now. And you could input data, and they have little like contests and things, and they're great for like kids, and I mean, anybody could get involved. There's a lot of this stuff's online. So International Bird Migration Day, 1 day a year, there's like the whole world goes birding and then everybody inputs their birding. The Christmas bird counts, you go out, it's not so bad here, but like in Virginia, it was like freezing and we'd spend like all day like doing a Christmas bird count and you're like, like in the morning, because you're not there in the morning because the birds, are out in the morning. You're like freezing. You're like, what the heck am I doing? Now the apps, eBird, there's Wattbird, there's a bunch of apps, but I use eBird all the time. And not only just for inputting, because for the surveys, they want to know, what did you see and what time of year, but it's a major citizen science project for scientists to know, like, what is going on? Like, are they in a certain type of habitat? What time of year? Are they migrating? Are we losing species? Because of this, are they breeding here? Like, what are these birds actually doing? So everybody is it's an international app. Everybody from all over the world is inputting data into this, there's one app. It's very powerful. So, and you'll see, you can check actually, they'll have, like, if you go online to eBird, and they have tutorials too that teach you how to use it. It's amazing because everybody's putting this data in so that we can actually, scientists can track like what's going on. Another one is Merlin, which is a really now powerful tool. That's kind of a new one. It kind of is in conjunction with eBird. It helps you ID as far as like the sounds. So like, again, like I'm really dating myself here, but back then we had little like cassette tapes and CDs of like bird calls that scientists would go out and get, and I'd be like trying to listen and go like, is that what I'm hearing? But again, it's a good way to learn. You're trying to learn these calls because a lot of the birding, especially that we do, is like ear. You hear it first and then you see it. Anyway, with Merlin, you can actually turn it on and it does a little recording of the bird, and then it will come up with what it thinks the bird might be. So it can help you but it's a good tool, I'd say, for IDing birds if you want to kind of like confirm what you think. So like say I'll be walking along, I think I hear a white-eyed vireo. I'm pretty sure it's a white-eyed vireo. Let's just check. And you put on Merlin, it'll go and it'll come up white-eyed vireo or red-eyed vireo, blue-eyed vireo. It'll come up with what it is and it'll help you. I always tell beginner birders, please don't use it. I'm not going to get on my soapbox, but don't use it to just go, oh, yep, I heard this, because it could be wrong. It could be. It's just a good confirmer. And please be aware that when you're playing these tapes, you want to limit the playback of the tapes because the birds, especially during migration or nesting season, like nesting season especially, they will get disoriented. They'll think that somebody's in their territory. They're going to leave the nest to come out and defend it. And you don't want them leaving the nest. They need their energy to take care of their babies and young and things like that. So there's a lot of reasons why we need to just be mindful of these birds. And just quickly, we've lost about 2.9 million birds in the last 50 years. It's getting worse. And these are all the reasons why. And you guys already know, we've covered a lot of these things in some of our presentations, so many different things. So I'm not going to go into every single detail, but a lot of it's destructive of habitat, invasive plants, obviously pollution, pesticides, herbicides, things like that, collisions, with windows and buildings and even windmills, yep. So light pollution, it disorients them, especially through migration, climate change, global warming. So there's a lot of things that we can do to help them though. I don't want to end on a sad note. We are losing birds, but let's help them. And these are all the things we could do to help. Make windows safe. We have a bunch of windows in our sunroom, and birds were striking. They call bird strikes. They were hitting the windows. And I'm like, there's a dead thing in my yard. Well, there's things you could do. I mean, I get those little sun catchers, and then they also sell those little window decals that you could barely see, but the birds do see it, and it's not so bad. It's not offensive, but whether it's a shade or a blind, maybe you don't want the blinds down, but if you have a little window catch something, if they see something, chances are they might not go into the window. But cats are a really, really big thing, like stray cats. They kill a lot of birds. Again, pesticides. These guys, those little crows, they came in that winter that I was telling you about, those 2 winters ago. I put puppy chow out for them. They love it. They eat the puppy chow. And so now they look for it. And I basically call them. I have a crow call. I won't do it. I'll scare you. Everybody's like, get He's like, please. So I call the crow, and the crows, they come, because you know what? They know there's food coming, so they come. Anyway, so, and we could help them by, putting the feeders up, but please, clean the feeders often. You don't want them to get all manky, because they will get manky, and change the water in the bird baths, because we don't want the mosquitoes and things like that. And plus they want fresh water, just like we do, we don't want to get them moldy and things like that.
What is the thing about shade grown coffee?
Oh, because what's happening is places are being like habitats being destructive, like Australian warblers,
Lands being
all over the
cleared.
world.
Yeah.
Places are being cleared to grow other crops, and certain birds only grow in certain areas, like Australian warblers, like in South America, they like those areas where the shade grown coffee has now, I don't mean shade grown. They've
Coffee
planted-
plantations.
Yeah, coffee plantations take over and stuff like that.
Thank
So, yeah, so, if you want to get more involved, now, it just so happens that today is the kickoff to Houston Bird Week. I don't know if you guys knew that, but if you go to this website, it's all this week, starts today, goes to the 24th. That website will have tons, I'll get out of the maze, take the picture, tons of activities. There's a whole calendar of events, activities all week long for, non-birders, birders, kids, everybody, young, old, whatever. There's tons of activities and like really fun activities too for everybody. So there's that. And then Bayou Land Conservancy, we have the bird walks, which I run at the Spring Creek Nature Trail every Monday, and then first Saturday of the month. There's my email if you guys want to text me with any questions, because I get questions all the time. Like everybody knows me like as the bird lady, and they're like, JoJo, I saw this bird and I'm wondering whatever. And they send me the pictures, or they send me things. And I'm like, I love it. I love answering questions. So I'm happy to do that. My eBird profile is there. I have tons of pictures on eBird and all the bird lists. Now all these folders were taken by me, except for that one, of course. But that is one way to get involved. So I just, I guess I kind of encourage people to come on a bird walk, because you'll see things that you just couldn't even imagine. Once we like open our eyes and look around, and you as naturalists do that anyway, but all of a sudden you get a different appreciation that you might not have had when it was just like, birds in the backyard, whatever. And now you're seeing them in a different light and really appreciate them. So thank you, everybody.
Victoria?
Yes.
Oh, and AT, they get AT. You get AT. Hours advanced training when you come on a bird walk.
And JoJo, you're listening when you give the bird walk.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotta get those volunteer hours.
Yes.
Gotta get your kids.
I got a lot of those.
Everybody needs a pork chop. I was laughing at Melissa the other day. She told her pork chop. I said, you didn't tell her pork chop. She just asked me if I had to go to the couch. It's so bad. It's a lot of email. But, oh my gosh.
Those are all pork chops.
Actually,
Those are
pork
not
chops.
mining wells.
But, oh my God.
Yes, I know. So how do I?
Yeah, we're good. Good luck.
Everyone, Victoria? Oh, Victoria. Thank you. I am very nervous, so disclaimer. Well, good morning. I want to start out this presentation by saying what kind of triggered this topic. One of our classmates here actually asked me one day, what is your thing? And after pondering about it for a little bit, I said, well, my thing is people, which I think it's sort of an odd thing to say as a Texas master naturalist, an ecologist, and an environmentalist. But my thing is people, and I hope to share with you guys today a little bit about that and why. And maybe how we can apply some of these concepts when we go out there to volunteer as Texas Master Naturalist. So a little bit about me, just so you can know some of the background that has kind of triggered this whole concept that I will explain about compassionate environmentalism. I do have a bachelor's in ecology and environmental management. I am from the Dominican Republic. I'm pretty new to Texas, actually. And over there, I worked in environmental education, natural resource management, and biodiversity conservation. I had the opportunity to do workshops and talks with a very wide public, so kids, adults, even had the opportunity to train some professionals in the field on being able to reproduce these workshops of environmental education. And so before I start diving deep into compassionate environmentalism, we have to get on the same page as to what is environmentalism. And I have pulled here a definition from the Encyclopedia Britannica, and it says that, I'll just read it as it is. It's a political and ethical movement that seeks to improve and protect the quality of the natural environment through changes to environmentally harmful human activities. So I think as Texas Master Naturalists, to one degree or another, we are all environmentalists. I think we can agree that we all kind of want to conserve and protect our environment. And so when I say we want to protect our environment, what do we want to protect it from? So usually ourselves, as humans, we have caused directly or indirectly most of those harmful activities that we are all familiar with. So I won't get into details because I think we all know what those impacts are. And one thing that as a society, I think we can observe is that as a society, we are generally people-centric or human-centric. We measure the value of things based on how useful or beneficial it is to us as people. So regardless of our personal ethics, set of values, or opinions, we cannot deny that our first priority is the survival of our own species. And furthermore, it is the well-being of people that which is most important to us, and possibly what has made us care about the environment in the first place. Because at some point we realize, if we don't take care of this environment, then we're gone. No more people in the world. And the question that I continually ask myself is, what can I do to help? How can I effectively create change? So my answer for you today is people. We might be the problem, but we can also be the solution. However, there are challenges that present or prevent ourselves from maybe doing the best we can or acting on conservation practices. So what are those things that prevent people from engaging in conservation practices? And you might remember this chart from Adrian's presentation, if you were there, when we talked about environmental education. And I brought it up today again because I think it's so crucial to understanding each other, understanding why a lot of the times when we are doing a talk on, I don't know, the 3 R's, reducing, recycling, and reusing, how, people will go out there and continue to do the same thing and not change a thing. Or when we are trying to educate somebody on, hey, do not put your dog poop down the drain. It's really hard for us to change our habits. And I think we need to understand what are those things that really prevent us from doing that. On the very base of, does this have a pointer?
Yes, but it doesn't work on the TV.
Oh, okay, doesn't matter. On the first level, we have our physiological needs. And I'll just give a quick example of each. For instance, food insecurity might prevent the family from being able to choose, let's say, organic produce over our regular produce, just because, it's more expensive. Maybe it's not even available. Going up to safety needs. And in safety needs, we have health, which I think is a very important one, because we need to be able to talk a lot more about mental health and how mental health challenges can prevent a person from even just being able to care about their environment and their natural surroundings. And in fact, since 2017, there is such a thing as eco-anxiety, which is a disorder that is defined in the American Psychiatric Association as a chronic fear of environmental doom. So even taking the time to care about the environment can trigger a really bad response in our mental state. And so those are things that will actually prevent a person from being able to engage with you and really integrate whatever information you're sharing with them. Not having, here in safety, we also have economic stability, and these can prevent you from engaging in conservation practices for a number of reasons, like not having the resources to purchase more eco-friendly items. A lot of times we demonize a lot of single-use plastic in like food items. But a lot of times, these are the only meal a person is going to be able to have in a day, and it's the only meal they can't afford. And so going up one more step, love and belonging. Now we're starting to get to some things that it's like, well, what does that have to do with the environment? How does that, prevent anything? Well, lack of a support system or a supportive community can really affect if we're able to integrate practices in our life. I can speak from personal experience. One little example, when I started to become very environmentally aware, back when I was in high school, one of the first things I started doing was using a reusable water bottle and taking that to school instead of plastic bottles. And I got really teased for that. And it wasn't for any particular reason. It wasn't anything bad. It was just different from what everybody else was doing. And every time we do something that is different from what everybody else is doing, we are kind of put in a corner, or it seems that way at least. So I really like Texas Naturalists because we have a little tribe here, a little, little community where we can all relate in these challenges. And then going up a notch, we have STEAM. Sometimes even just a feeling of maybe thinking we don't have the appropriate knowledge, not feeling secure enough in ourselves to be able to start a different practice. For me, a big challenge with STEAM has been gardening. I know I'm capable of learning how to garden. I have the basic information already available to me, but a lot of times I think, I'm just not good enough to be able to do something like that. And that fear really prevents us from even trying. So I think all of us have encountered a challenge in one of these steps, because the reality is at one point or another in our lives, not all of our needs have been met. And so how do we overcome these challenges? And furthermore, how can we help others overcome these challenges? When we are out there volunteering or even in our daily lives, and we are at a table giving a talk or sharing with a friend, whatever the format is, we will find that our audience is struggling with these things that prevent them from taking action. And while we may not be able to solve all their problems, we have our own problems that we can't solve. Sometimes the one thing that we can do to help that situation is practice compassion and leave that conversation or that presentation or that talk with compassion towards the other person. So this is what has triggered this concept of compassionate environmentalism. And of course, I'm not going to give you a problem without giving you some solutions. So here are some keys that I've kind of gathered just from experience, a little bit of research on how we can practice compassionate environmentalism. Listen non-judgmentally. And this applies for everything. It's probably the most straightforward one here on the list, and probably also the hardest. But it's absolutely necessary. For instance, we all know that we should be recycling our trash. Just to give an example, a lot of times a recycling facility is not easily accessible. not convenient, and we might say, well, you know, I've made the effort to do it, even when it was not convenient to me. But sometimes choosing to do that might mean, you know, not being able to spend some extra time at home with your kids, or having to be late at work because you had to go and drive to the recycling facility before you got there. I don't know, just little things that might not be obvious to our eyes, but are very real challenges for the person that we are talking to. Also, there is no one size fits all. So you got to find the fit that is right for your audience. And you might be trying to offer a solution that simply does not fit another person's lifestyle. It doesn't mean that situation is hopeless. We just have to make a little bit more of an effort to find what fits that audience. I can talk a little bit about experience on this one. When I've done workshops, it's been in very varied circumstances, ranging from being in a nice place like this with AC and a PowerPoint presentation to being in a place where with no electricity whatsoever, and all you have on hand is a white blank sheet, like bed sheet, to be able to present your projector on. But there's no electricity, so there's nowhere to connect the projector, so you can't use it anyway. So, for instance, an experience I had with this is I was doing a workshop. It was about waste management in a very rural area where there is no really a trash truck that can pass by there, just because there's not a road that the truck can drive by. And so we actually had to get creative and sit around a table and say, because I had all these proposals, you know, well, you can put it in a bag and drive it down to the next nearest town. And they're like, well, we don't have a car, and that doesn't fit in a motorcycle, or it doesn't fit on the horse, which is the other form of transportation we have. And so we actually had to sit around the table and talk, you know, let's brainstorm, let's find solutions, because there's obviously a very big problem here that we need to solve, but we just didn't have the answer right then and there. And I think that gives me a good segue to the next one, which is you don't have all the answers, and you gotta keep learning for yourself and for others. And you might be surprised what you can actually learn from your students. So I think it's a great thing. Just being here today really shows that every one of us is very eager to learn more and very eager to share that knowledge. And then my last one is baby step. A little goes a long way. Even if a person is not ready to receive the information that you want to share with them, you're still planting a seed. And I know you've heard that a lot of times. You got to put one little grain, you know, put your little grain, and it'll build up. And it seems frustrating, it seems slow, maybe it's not visible for a long time, but it's there. And I think the key with this one is we have to create a positive experience for the other person to allow them to be able to go back to that. It's like when you're trying to learn something new that is very hard. For instance, I remember in the 5th grade, I was really bad at playing soccer. I had never played it in my life. I was not in shape. I started playing with my group, with my classmates, and they weren't really supportive about it because they have been playing for a long time, so they didn't understand that I just wasn't good at it. And I had such a bad time that I grew up thinking I wasn't a sportsy person. I just wasn't good at sports. It's not my thing. I can't do it. Come to find out later in life, I tried other sports, volleyball, I surf, and now I love sports. It's great. But just having that negative experience prevented me from even trying for a really long time. So I think we gotta strive to have that for the other person, provide understanding and compassion, so that even if that person will not leave today doing what you suggested, at least they'll be open to hearing it again tomorrow. And the whole point with the purpose with this presentation that I want to leave you with is just to give you some food for thought, explore how the way we approach our conversations have an impact on the ability of another person to integrate and receive that information. And it might seem like something very obvious, but we do got to keep it in our awareness, and we got to be mindful of it because it's really easy to forget. And when it comes to the state of our environment, there is a lot to be angry and sad about. The ignorance and lack of interest of so many is infuriating, to put it mildly. But if we lead with compassion, we just might have a shot at creating connection with the other person and triggering in them the curiosity to learn more and do more about how to help save and protect their environments. So the question I want to leave you with today is, could we help nature by helping each other? And that is it. Thank you. This is my contact information. If anybody wants to talk, let's be friends. I'm always open to share and have a good time, or just talk, answer questions, get together. And these are just some sources that kind of inspired a little bit about this topic. There's just some really good articles I found online. They have on each of these, if you're interested in learning more, on each of these, there's very good sources too, like that were cited on the articles if you want to like dig deeper. I don't know about you, but I'm one of those that'll open one Wikipedia tab and end up with like 100 open. But yeah, thank you so much. And
Justin, I think we're Justin, and then we're gonna get you Ed. And you've got one too, Virginia? Who else has a presentation? 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Let's get it done so we can get to our certificates. Okay. How about you switch over 30%?
Took me 10 minutes.
I think I left.
So bear with me, everybody. I was super nervous about presenting to everybody today. And then I saw you guys presenting and everybody was super friendly and I didn't see a single person get like tomatoes.
No tomatoes. No tomatoes.
So I've been piecing a PowerPoint presentation together.
This is
That's good point. Yeah, water, right? So that'll be forever.
There it is.
Yeah, don't judge me too bad.
You got
I promise not to ramble too much. I wrote things down on a notepad. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Justin Hurt. I work for Harris County Precinct 3 Park Programs. We're a mobile unit that provides environmental education and outdoor recreation to the constituents of Precinct 3. We do everything from kayaking, canoeing, archery, foraging. If it's outside and you can learn about it or you can physically do it, we probably have programming for it. And if we don't, let us know because we'll make it. But my presentation today kind of builds off of the previous one. It's nature needs you, what we can do, okay? You're all here and you all believe this, obviously, because you have the green lanyards. Pieces of this may seem like I'm preaching to the choir. A lot of it's going to be refreshers on things we've gone over in all of our trainings so far. So bear with me. If there's a boring part, I'll try to liven it up. So yeah, let's do it. So nature needs you. We put nature through the ringer. My pictures are not showing up. This is fantastic. Do I have to push a button? Oh, there they go. Sorry. Ooh, spoiler alert. Okay. We put nature through the ringer, whether it's through invasives, pollution, or less than responsible water use, or our misuse of other natural resources. So invasives. Funny enough, a lot of invasives are here because of us. I don't know if you guys can, if I can have everybody look to your left and look to your right. We're invasive species, yay! Up here on the top, I don't know if you notice, these kind of hard to see from the back. I know from experience. That's a Chinese tallow tree. If you're ever in Houston, Texas, and you're going by and you're like, oh, the leaves are changing. That's an invasive species. That isn't down here. That's Chinese tallow. Some people call it a popcorn tree. These little green seed nodes here, they turn black and then they just kind of crack open and they make these really beautiful little things you can put on Christmas wreaths. Another program we offer, by the way, plugged it in right there. Underneath that, actually, funny story about the Chinese tallow tree, that was introduced by none other than Benjamin Franklin. Way back in the day, we were super dependent on whale blubber for fueling lanterns, things like that. And the resins and such from the Chinese tallow tree turned out to be just as good. So he got everybody he could, brothers, cousins, uncles, nephews, growing these on their plantations. And they got out, as trees like to do, to quote Jurassic Park, nature finds a way. Beneath that is the English starling. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this nasty parasitic bird, but it's a menace to society. Public enemy number one right there. English starlings were introduced in the Americas through a very worthwhile and well thought out process of just releasing birds in Central Park in New York City so that we would finally have all the birds that were mentioned by William Shakespeare in all of his works. So, isn't it so great? It's amazing, just humanity at its best. Some of them aren't as kind of like I didn't realize it would be that intricate. Feral hogs are brought over here for food. That's it. Sometimes things just get out of hand. Nutria, other side of that, fur trade, huge. They were introduced because I guess beavers weren't as fun anymore to get a hold of. And the tails don't slap you as hard. So.
No, they were here to control the water hyacinths.
That, they were also introduced for other reasons as well. They were here to control the water hyacinths. I want my money back. But their nutria are real fun. They like to destroy ecosystems, burrow into riverbanks, increase erosion, just fun things like that. And then on the bottom here, I don't know if you guys can see that in the back, that is an emerald ash borer. I've never seen one in person myself. They haven't made it this far south. Unfortunately, these guys were completely what's the word I'm looking for? Unintentional. They were brought over through wood packaging from China. Sometimes stuff just happens. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. We have other invasive species. Obviously, we've got aquatic species. So like your Chinese apple snail, like Stephen touched on earlier. We also have tilapia, which were the bottom feeders of the bottom feeders, and they got out. And then obviously, hundreds and hundreds of years later, like the Chinese tallow, it's in your own backyard now. I made it from the plantations into the woods. Now it's in our backyards. Fun stuff. Smile, everybody. It's going to be all right. What can you do now that I'm done ripping you a new one? Buy local. Buy something that grows around here. Burn local. That's more towards your emerald ash borers, other parasites and things like that. Bugs can live in that wood. You get wood up north in the Dallas area and you bring it down here. Public enemy number one. Don't do that. That's how we get the emerald ash borer down here. Buy local, burn local. You don't know it, don't grow it, obviously. But like, if you're not familiar with an aquatic species, you're going to put in your fish tank. If you're not familiar with any number of things and you're trying to introduce it into the OPR, just don't do it. Do your research. Just a little Google search. You can Google search anything. I put this presentation together in 10 minutes with the internet. I mean, obviously, I know some of the stuff. I'm not just ranting at you from Google searches. This isn't an Apple presentation. But yeah, you don't know it, don't grow it, buy local, burn local. Pollution. This beautiful image here is brought to you by National Geographic. That is a landfill. We learned in our last class about leave no trace, the 7 principles, think about it, stay on trails, camp in designated areas, take your trash, throw it in the trash can. 4 takes 2, so the 4th one is the picture frame. Take only pictures, leave only footprints, something like that, right? 5 is the fire, be responsible with fire. 6 is the respect wildlife, and 7 is be courteous to your neighbors, right? Now, I'm so sorry, I always forget Victoria, right? Yeah. She touched on something very important. Not everybody has access to the resources to be environmental conscious, but something as little as leave no trace. Throw your trash away in the trash can. Be good to the wildlife. Don't just kind of like, hey, buddy, you're a deer. I'm going to give you a Reese's cup. Let's not do that. Okay? Bring them to me. I'll eat them for you. Recycle and compost. Another thing, a lot of people don't have access. My neighborhood, I live out in the sticks in Grangerland. I don't have a recycling service. You can take it to Woodlands Township. I don't live in the Woodlands. They take my recycled goods. Something as little as you go to the grocery store, you can't afford to buy totes or anything like that. Take your bags back to the grocery store. A lot of those grocery stores have recycling for those shopping bags. What's up? Anybody can guess what that three-letter thing is there? Single-use plastics. Single-use plastics, I have a statistic here. 91% of all plastics are not recycled, whether they're single-use or not. They end up in a beautiful landfill like this. Virtually, think about this for a second. Virtually every piece of plastic that has ever been produced still exists today in one form or another. Whether it's recycled, whether it's in a landfill, whether it's in that really cool recycled, I've seen them somewhere around here, the recycled water bottles that are made from other water bottles, like the transformers of water bottles. It's just mind blowing. Plastic is just this thing that we have in everything these days, from computers to water bottles. Yeah, my glasses, Ray-Bans, plastic. And then finally, keep your yard in your yard. Pollution isn't all trash. Pollution isn't, you know, a piece of paper on the side of the yard. Pollution can be something like your grass clippings get washed into the gutter and you find them in your drainage ways in your creeks behind your house. 10% of, homeowners use 10 times the pesticide and fertilizers on their yards as agricultural farmers do in their actual fields. 10 times. That's mainly because a lot of homeowners are just like, oh yeah, my neighbor's grass is like super green. It's always greener on the other side. And he uses this fancy bag of stuff. So I'm just gonna pour it right there. That looks good. And then I'm gonna water that spot for 6 hours a day for 6 months. It's not green, I don't know what's going on. All of that chemical has now washed into your creeks and your streams. They have the funniest reactions with things that's meant to fertilize your grass, right? Well, it's killing things in the creek that's made to filter out the good stuff, and other things that are uninhibited by it, like our invasive species, are just going rampant. Alligator weed is the worst. I took a little alligator weed plant for funsies, put it in a test tube with water, left it alone. Lasted 6 months until the water was just past being dry. Stayed alive the whole time.
Wow.
Yeah, they're pretty ridiculous. Speaking of water, our water use is another way that we eviscerate the planet. You can see here, we've had pretty rough drought recently. Overuse of water. I was just talking about that in lawn use. A lot of people use water. 30 to 60% of urban fresh water is used on your lawns. The majority of it is wasted because it's used during times when grass is dormant, or if it's like in the middle of the summer and you're watering in the middle of the day, the water's going to evaporate. Sorry, speech impediments coming back. I'm stressed out. Everybody take a deep breath. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's my wife. She's a teacher, by the way, so she does this for a living. Yeah, she's a teacher. I'm a park ranger. We have a Saturday morning special. It's great. So back to the thing, drought practices. So maybe it's not the best to water your yard in the middle of the day. A lot of neighborhoods actually have regulations and suggestions put into use for watering during drought or watering during a rainy season. You don't need to water your yard in the middle of the monsoon. Come on, it's already flooding. Turn your sprinklers off. Rainwater capture is another big one. Doesn't have to be huge. It can be as little as putting a 5-gallon bucket under your rain spigot. It'll save you so much water. It's ridiculous. I have a little garden bed at work in our community garden, and I put a 5-gallon bucket there, drilled a hole in it, and put a old water hose spigot on it, and I fill that up with rainwater, and it'll water for like an hour just off of a little sprinkler hose. And then also, last but not least, we do use a lot of water. Now, a lot of that water gets treated. I recently did a research project for school. I'm going to school for wildlife conservation, and I did a research into several studies that were done on the chlorination of effluent. Now, effluent is water that's flushed out of water treatment plants. That water gets flushed into creeks, bayous, things like that, feed into the main water, feed into the lakes. Funny thing, it's kind of terrifying, but also kind of funny. The standard for chlorination of effluent, because they have to chlorinate it before they can just flush that poop water back out into our streams and whatnot. I'm trying to think of the word for it. Basically, the range that they're allowed to have safe chlorinated water flushed into our ecosystems is actually above or below what's needed. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my numbers here. Long story short, the water that's being flushed out is not within safe levels for actual fish. Now, this water.
Because it has too much chlorine?
Yes, it has too much chlorine in it. Thank you. Sorry about that. But this, I mean, think about it though. This water isn't what's feeding our streams and stuff. This is just getting flushed into more water. But let's say, you've got a stream that's got 6 developments on it. You've got 4 water treatment plants and they're all flushing out this chlorinated water. The more water we use, the more it gets flushed out, the more chlorine is in the waterways. And over a period of time, your fish populations start to go down, your eggs don't stay good. A lot of the fish that actually live in Lake Houston will travel up Spring Creek, San Jacinto, things like that, and they move upstream to spawn in the winter. And then after the fish have hatched, they've raised them a little bit, they'll go back down to the lakes. Our spawnings have been a lot lower lately. We've also had a lot less rainfall, but something just tells me that's got to be correlated somehow. I don't have numbers on that one though, so don't quote me on it. And lastly, after ranting at everybody, thank you so much for your service. Every second of every minute of every hour that you guys put into service projects helps prevent all these nasty atrocities that I've been ranting about for like what seems like 45 minutes. Anybody got the time? There is some sweet stuff over here if you want to eat your emotions a little bit. Coffee if you need to pick me up. But I just want to thank everybody for being patient with me, listening to my presentation, and just keep doing what you're doing, you guys. We're making it better.
First or am I?
Who wants to go first? You're
I should, because
rock,
it's
paper,
about
scissors?
shoot these.
Oh, okay. You've got, is this yours or both of them? Okay. Yeah, it's both of them. There you go.
I have no notes, mine's fast.
Okay.
Let's wait for it. There you go. So which one goes first?
Sharon, got the fifth one down. It says Sharon on the end. Part with presentation, Sharon. That.
This one.
Yeah. Well, 6:45
There's one
today.
Yeah, there's one on 6:45. Okay.
Okay, while they're setting up, Sarah, who did the White Pelican presentation, has to leave. She's got another one. She didn't do the White Pelicans, she did the backyard.
I literally looked up and she did way more work than me. I'm not gonna take credit.
Thanks for keeping me
You're working on the last one.
You never know what's going on.
Sharon, the scope it is
So
the
I just wanted to give Sarah her certificate and her name tag. You?
There it is, I got
I saw these wonderful photos and birds and everything else. I said, I don't want to do one, but after Justin's, he's the perfect lead in, because I said to add, what is an SUP? Well, this is about my war on single-use plastics.
So it also, here's a little cartoon. I thought you believed in protecting sea life. I do. What are you fishing for? Plastic. It's everywhere. So they say, and some of you may know more than I do. I hear that we eat about a credit card's worth of plastic every year, every week, something like that. So plastics are everywhere. It all started in 2020 when we were locked down, and it was Lent, and I thought, well, what am I going to give up? And I thought, well, I'm going to give up single-use plastics. I had no idea how hard it is, and I have to confess that I'm relapsing. You know, it's easy to get back one step at a time into old habits, but for at least that 6-week period, I did not use any single-use plastics. So, and you know, there are some habits that have gone on, but I'll share some of the things that I've done or we've done in our house. But anyway, what's wrong with plastic itself? 300 million tons of plastic each year worldwide. And as someone said earlier, I heard this quote from a presentation, 91% of all plastic isn't recycled at all. Instead, it ends up in landfills. And then I know from my kids, there's a licensing effect. When I try to spread the mission, there's a, but Mom, it's recycled. Well, no, it's recyclable. We've been sold a bill of goods. Just because you put it in the bin doesn't mean it's going to be recycled. It's capable of being recycled. But remember, only 91% of it actually is recycled. I still put it in there. But it shouldn't, the licensing effect is what a lot of us experience, that if we think it's okay, it's going to be recycled, it's okay to use more, but it's not. So plastic production contributes to planet warming and gas emissions at every part of its life cycle. Someone was asking me, what is Master Naturalist all about? And I have to say it's about protecting and caring for our earth, sky, and water. And you know, if you look at plastics, they affect our earth, our sky, and our water in every single step of the way. Chemicals, of course, are known as endocrine receptor disruptors. They don't break down, they just break up. And then, of course, as we've heard in multiple presentations today, they litter our waterways. So then the next slide, you know, it ends up in the guts of many of our animals. So, you know, one of the things, avoid those ubiquitous water bottles. One of the rules that we have in the house, and you know, have you noticed you don't even have to buy them for them to end up in your house? People leave them there. Ed's got one, it's got his name on it because it's, you know, at least we're recycling them. My rule is it comes in the house, you got to reuse it if it's plastic. What if it spreads more easily? You know, that we can avoid the butter of the tub or the spread in the tub. Instead, it doesn't have to be butter. It can be the things that are lower cholesterol, but you don't have to buy what's in a tub. Reusable. Have you noticed that even salad dressing now is all in a plastic bottle? So you know, it's back to try to make your own. Eggs, yeah, at least try to avoid the styrofoam. And we do have choices, and a lot of them, even if they do cost more, at least they're in cardboard, which it can be recycled. The one less packaging during COVID, when I actually didn't use any plastics or single-use plastics, I made my own yogurt in the crock pot. And it was actually pretty good. Now I have to confess I'm back to relapse again, and I'm buying those, but now we're using those as takeout containers. So instead of wax cartons, we can get the milk in instead of plastic cartons, we can get a wax carton. I have a little space, clothespins on the rack in the laundry room, so I hang them up to dry. And try a plate instead of plastics. And I've also got a large gallon bag of, I think pizza crust or something came in it. So I just stuff all the other used bags into there and reuse them as much as possible and date them. And reuse and repurpose bread bags, newspaper bags. Ed and I, we are master gardeners, but I don't consider I would be in trouble if we had to subsist on it. But instead of buying any bags for the gardens, the newspaper bags
are great to stuff, you know, all of your fruits and vegetables in, and that way you're reusing them. Let's see, and pack your own to-go box. Okay, and so what can one person do? You know, use that reusable shopping bag, make purchases based on packaging. Cook at home more often. Buy the larger package, not the individual servings. I mean, I have got to get my kids and grandkids not to use like the little individual applesauces that you suck up that are so cute. You know, to buy instead a jar that's glass. Avoid online shippings, which are chock full of plastic. And this Amazon Fast. Have you noticed how much packaging is in Amazon? I mean, it's really amazing. My daughter has informed me that you can get one delivery per week. So you don't have as much packaging.
They still never have the right size box though.
Yeah, I mean, a huge box. Yeah. But it's so plastic that just, you know, layers and layers of plastic and it's wrapped in even more plastic. So I took the Amazon Fast. So that's one of the things. Buy metal or bamboo reusable straw and cutlery. Speak out in support of local plastic bins, and then let companies know that you care about packaging. I haven't done that one yet, but I'm just making my purchases considering packaging when I buy. So then we've talked about the R's. I've got a fifth one. We have, which is refuse. You know, when you go to a conference or a presentation, they've got little doodads that aren't used. I mean, you know, refuse them, don't take them. Reduce, don't use as much, reuse, repurpose, and recycle. So anyway, that's my war on single-use plastics. And, you know, there's just a number of things that we can all do to not use as much. So I think that is it. Nothing single-use plastic, try it for 1 month. I heard here that somebody said, I know that it's Bobby or Scott, somebody said, people care for what they care about. And if you don't use single-use plastics for 1 month, it's like a consciousness raising exercise. And it really made me realize how much I use. You know, be creative about workarounds. Know that it will require more effort and expense, and share this idea with friends. They won't always be receptive. Thank you.
And then I think we have one more. Is that correct?
So yours is the 645, right? No. Then we go first. Let's remove this. We don't need it in there. Let's test this. So this one is next.
Well, good morning or afternoon. How have we emerged?
1 minute. 1 more minute.
I can say that Texas master naturalists have the finest gluteus maxima in the world. You're amazing. And you're funny. Which is great because the subject is really serious, isn't it? In a lot of ways. I'm going to talk about something. I'm going to propose something, which is always a mistake because I know what the next question will be. But reaching out to the community, I obviously being a new guy, don't know a whole lot about what Heartwood does, but what the last several presenters have talked about very practical things. And I want to remind everybody that we've got to get practical if we're going to save this environment as well. And I looked and I found that I think we need a public education committee if we don't have it. And the purpose would be to encourage and equip citizens to challenge local governments and businesses to create criteria for decision-making that factors in protection of wildlife, plant life, natural resources, and also has an aesthetic point of view to it. All right. And when I say challenge, I don't mean to get involved in politics in a way that is harmful to a nonprofit organization. There are certain regulations for nonprofits. And by challenge, I mean to bring to them educationally things that they haven't thought about when we're talking about development of our communities. Okay, and then I looked at the Heartwood chapter mission and took it off the website, and it says, our mission is to develop a core of well-informed volunteers to provide education, outreach, and service dedicated to the beneficial management of natural resources and natural areas within our communities. So I see we have harmony between those two things. Now, the means of accomplishing the purposes and the goals that have just been presented are, first of all, I say proactive activities, and Americans are not noted for being proactive. We are reactive people. Sometimes we can kick, as I say in Washington, that can down the road for years before we address it. And by then, the problem has become so humongous that the cost of dealing with it is beyond that of any governmental jurisdiction. And that's where we are and find ourselves many, many times. So let's be proactive if we can. First, create a public education committee. Second, designated community monitors who scan the environment to know what projects and activities are being planned in time to influence outcomes. Anybody here from Conroe? No one? Okay. Anybody here from Willis? Anybody here for Porter? Or Porter. Okay. Willis? Okay, I said that twice then, didn't I? Or you're from two towns. I don't remember. And my city, Huntsville. Anyone else from Huntsville? Yes. All right, great. Okay. Now, what do I mean by being a monitor? I mean just reading the Conroe Courier, reading the Woodlands has various forms of printed information and otherwise. Huntsville's got the Huntsville item, and it covers the entire county. I don't know whether the Conroe Courier covers Willis or not, but why? Just to see what is being considered by the county commissioners, the city council, and rarely, but sometimes even the school boards, okay? Just to know what's going on. Because if you don't know what's going on, there is no opportunity for you to influence the outcome of that subject. And if you're going to be proactive, you got to get to the past before they get through it. Okay? All right, and what else? Discover the existence or absence of ordinances which are designed to shape outcomes of community decisions affecting natural resources and aesthetics. Huntsville had a really great success last year with getting a tree ordinance. Huntsville's logo used to be the pine tree. It was on all city stationery. I think that ought to be replaced with a bulldozer as a substance of Huntsville now. People move to Huntsville because it's beautiful. They like it. But what's happening is we're not beginning to plant trees that equal the number that we're destroying. And even if we were, of course, how long would it take for those trees to equal those we destroyed? Coming down here today, we passed through, of course, Montgomery County and the Willis area. Look off to your right on Interstate 45, and you see this gigantic pasture that has been just leveled by bulldozers. I don't know what's going in there. Huntsville's had 4 or 5 new housing areas have been or are under construction right now, and every one of them has demolished the landscape. Just come in and level it like there's no wildlife there. There's nothing worth protecting there. There's no consideration to how are we affecting those residents of that area, which are the animals and the plants, before we did this. There's just absolutely no consciousness of it. And somebody pointed out, I don't know, it was Victoria who it was, that, you know, we've got to get beyond looking at land for its economic value exclusively. That is just not the whole picture. Okay, and the last, establish relationships with other nonprofits and key officials whose portfolio and jurisdiction includes natural resources and aesthetics of our community. There's a lot of good organizations that we have an affiliation with in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. We have the same sort of culture and consciousness about the environment. We need to partner with those because none of us are big enough by ourselves to accomplish the goal of compassionate environmentalism or any other form of it you want to name, okay? And the means of accomplishing our purpose, well, the proactive activities continue. Write a column for Dockside. All of you get that in the mail or postcards? They've always got a super article on either Birds or something in it, incidentally. They will take what anybody in this room can write. They will. And they have really upgraded those two publications. The quality has really risen. So do that. Have a speakers bureau. We probably have that.
We just started it.
And reactive activities we can engage in. Letters to the editor. Boy, if you read the Huntsville item right now, it's all about bats. A week ago Friday, we had a meeting of the Huntsville Bat Society, which has been around less than a year. There were 150 people in the room with standing room only.
We were there.
And what was the report we got from the Texas Parks and Wildlife guy? TDCJ is getting to be a little softer and sweeter about the subject of destroying the cotton warehouse, which is where 900,000 bats live. And when you look at what service bats provide, wow, do we need to save the bats? Not to mention it could become a real tourist attraction. All right, which is the way the city council thinks. Economics, 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 economics. Okay, so all those things we do. I don't know about Conroe, but in Huntsville, I can walk into KSAM and I can probably schedule being on a program, you know, and get asked the questions I want them to ask me in order for the public to hear about what we can do environmentally. Okay. So, and obviously accepting invitations to other civic organizations and government councils. These are all ways for us to try to change the culture. Okay, and but it requires us to do something. That's where we fall down. Every now and then I just want to stay home. You know, all right. So if we had one member on our education committee or whatever we would call this, you know, from every community in Montgomery and Montgomery and Walker counties, that as the monitor, you know, find out what's going on. That would be one thing that we need to accomplish the goal of dealing with the destruction of habitat and other things like that. And we've got member experts as a topic needs. So we have the resources to draw upon, right? If we know what's going on that's harmful, and you're from Conroe and it's a Conroe City Council about to do something awful, we've got the expertise. And what we would do would be to present that expertise. In other words, stay out of the politics of it, but say what the consequences of what we're planning on, they are planning on doing might be. So we've got all the talent. I've seen the talent this morning. I almost wanted to hide under the table rather than make a presentation after what I've seen. You guys are amazing. All right. Caveats, nothing proposed here is partisan. Nothing proposed violates the rules of 501c3. And education is designed to change our culture from thoughtless destruction to conservation. And could I have an amen on that? Okay. That's all I got. Okay. Well, he already gave it to me. Yeah. Couldn't believe I could play that. Okay. All right. The grand finale.
I know. Oh. Should have
Yeah, there we go.
You got it?
Nope. I have part of it. Yes. I would have clicked the first one. Of course
So my backyard national park. My
Yes,
backyard.
yes.
Okay. Works. Yes. Works.
Okay, so advances. Thank you.
Of course.
Wow. Where's the I'm sitting in the front, so I don't know. I'm Laura Rumelhart.
Hi guys, it's Laura. This is Laura.
I'll try to be loud. I have a quiet voice.
There we go.
I'm Laura Rumelhart. I'm a geologist of biology and geology degrees. I worked for years in oil exploration, and now I'm very happily retired. Birds, I'm a birder. Birds were my gateway drug to natural stuff. So I really enjoyed the bird presentations. And this, it says my backyard national park, but I could also say I'm the other Laura, and if you plant it, they might come. So I'm going to talk mostly about native plants. So I've been inspired by sort of Doug Ptolemy, his books. The first one was about how important native plants are to supporting ecosystems, especially birds. And then the second one is where the national park came in. It's like, we need to think of our outside the national parks, there's also national parks, because we can't have just reserves and parks. We need all the area we can get. So that's why I call it my backyard national park. And it's not Yellowstone, but it's a lot less crowded. And I've also done, it's a subject I'm passionate about, so I've read a lot of books about it. I also last year did a 2-day seminar, which was the Native Plant Society and a few other organizations. And some of the stuff in here is from that. And then also master gardening, master naturalist, books, list, people, everything. So it's a worthy goal, but it's not quite as easy as it sounds to create a native garden. So native plants connect natural habitats. They're adapted to our climate. I heard a presentation earlier this year from Dr. Creech from SFA. And if you can ever hear him on native plants, it's fantastic. Very knowledgeable, and he's really funny. But they had data loggers out in a lot of their areas during Uri, and they found that the native plants survive better than the hardy exotics. So they support insects. The insects are critical food for birds, and insects need host plants. You know, supporting pollinators is relatively easy. Things that want nectar are not that picky. When I lived in England, there was lots of research. Like, do we need native plants? Do we need near native plants? And they found that they were pretty much equal in supporting things that drink nectar. They drink nectar from exotic plants. Some of my best plants in my garden for hummingbirds, for bumblebees, they're not natives, but you need the natives to get all the other stuff and to get the birds. And Doug Ptolemy recommended having less than 30% non-natives. And we'll see how I've made progress with that. Again, it's not actually easy to have a 100% native garden.
or a 70% native garden. So this was from the seminar last year. Provide nectar, which is carbohydrates, pollen, which is protein, and then host plants to get the larvae. More plant diversity is more insect diversity. And then lots of different flower shapes attract different animals. 6 hours of sun is ideal. Most things that flower want lots of sun, which is why I have flowers instead of vegetables. I do my vegetables at Master Gardening. Use trees, shrubs, perennials, annuals, just to try to get as much as you can. Natives and some non-natives. So basically what I want is I want a bird-friendly garden that looks like an English garden with flowers all the time. So I'm trying to meet those two needs. So we've had this was from Lisa's presentation. It was July, the native plants presentation. So this was a list of best plants. I have a couple lists here, and there's a lot of similarity. But these are all great plants to put in your garden. I have most of them. I think they're all native, except Duranta, which is listed in the middle. I think it's native to Central America. And then here's another one. This was in that workshop I did. This is Craig Hensley. He's written a book on, I think it's the National Wildlife Book on creating backyard habitats. So milkweeds, echinacea, salvias, monarda, penstemon, verbenas, euphorbias. These are all flowering plants. And then there's a last one. And this was right after his presentation. There was yet another list. And this was someone from the piney woods. So top piney woods pollinator plants. So that's all well and good, but good luck finding them at the garden store. It can be, you can have a small list. Sometimes you go to a workshop or you hear someone and they say, well, you can put in yopon and you can put in beautyberry, and those are great native plants. But I've had those in my garden. They're not great garden plants, honestly. The beautyberry is beautiful, but it'll take over. And I live in the woodlands, so there's really healthy yopon and beautyberry right across the street. So that's not offering any diversity. That's not offering anything special in my yard that's outside my yard. So sometimes you need a longer list. And then you get the specialists from the Arboretum, and they give you a list of stuff that you're never going to find in a shop. And you have to know people, you have to go get seeds, and you have to do all this stuff. So it can be hard to find native plants. And then if you haven't seen them growing, you don't really know how to look in your garden. So you might end up with a garden that looks more like a pasture, nothing that we really want in suburban woodlands. So native plants can be hard to find. Arborgate does have native plants. They're super knowledgeable. Arborgate's expensive, but I still get a lot there. Plant sales, there's lots of plant sales in the fall and also in the spring. Those are a great source. You can get pass along plants. If you join Master Gardening, you get all sorts of plants to put in your garden. And you can also start things from seed, but seeds are low economic costs, but lots of time. And then I start lots of stuff from seeds, and most of them die. So it's not every seed is meant to survive, and not every seed does. So I've started a lot more seeds than are actually growing in the garden right now. So also native plants, even though they're well adapted to very specific places. Whereas plants that you buy at Arborgate, the non-natives, the things you can buy anywhere, those are tough as old boots. They'll bloom all summer, they'll grow anywhere. So then you get the native plant, you're like, it's adapted, it's gonna be better. But it's adapted to a very specific thing. And if you don't give it to it, it's just gonna die. So for example, this spring I planted 5 sweet spire bushes in my front yard. 3 died. One's holding on and one's very healthy. They're all right together. I don't know why. But this is true with all plants. If it dies, try something else. Plant in dirt, green side up. I did not stress our house. And also be patient, especially where you can see. Perennials take a long time. The first year, for example, coneflower. I have one blooming in my garden right now. This is from dozens of seeds. And then it turned into 5 transplants 3 years ago. And then 3 of those survived. And there was 1 flower. And this year, 1 survived and there was a half dozen flowers. So that's 3 years in from a pack of seeds. So that is, I'm very excited about it now, but it's not going to fill your yard with coneflowers. So remember, perennials, they sleep the first year. They're making their roots and they might stay the same size. And then they creep, they might get a little bigger. And then the 3rd year, usually that's happened. We're at the 3rd year for a lot of our plantings and things suddenly look much more convincing than they did the first 2 years. So this is my progress. I went through and listed the plants in my garden on the computer. And one of the things they emphasized in the gardening for natives course is to get the natives, like not US native, not Texas native, but like for me, Piney Woods native, because I live in the woodlands. And these were mostly academics, and they were sort of, you shouldn't have Echinacea purpurea because that's not the Piney Woods one. You need Echinacea sanguisorba or sanguinea. I was like, okay, that's all well and good, but where am I supposed to get that? Apparently, SFA does sell Echinacea sanguinea. I have Echinacea purpurea, that's what I raised from seed. So, but I did check. So East Texas Piney Woods natives, I have 37 species. And then Southeast USA, which is about the same ecology, mixed pines and hardwoods, sandy soil. There's 9 others that are, maybe they're from Louisiana, from somewhere else. And then North American near natives, that's mostly Mexico, but a few things from northern areas. And then South American species, and then rest of the world. And that's Mediterranean, African, Japan, China. That's most of the stuff that's in the nursery. So I'm not really at 70% yet. So this is after probably 3 years. We bought our house 3 years ago and we kind of redid the garden. It was a like biological desert when we moved there. It was overgrown, non-native things except the trees. And we had no birds. It took about 6 weeks for me to see 1 titmouse in the backyard. So there was nothing there. And now we have quite a lot. So I think if I count sort of the first 3 categories, I'm 50%. That's after 3 years of effort. But it's accelerating. And then the other things, some of it's plants you love, some of it's plants that are already there. I still have plants in my garden that I like, even if they're not native. So that's my plant progress. And then wildlife. Again, this was a wildlife desert when we moved in. But now I have 50 species of birds, 15 species of butterflies. I'm not super active on iNaturalist. I usually put in pictures to find out what something is. So some of these numbers there's obviously lots more moths in my garden than that. But there's more every year, which is wonderful. This year we got praying mantises. There's frogs, toads, and lizards. The lizards really, really died back in Storm Uri. I mean, we used to have a lizard on every rock. And then almost none last year. I'm so excited when I see them this year. And then lots of fungi. So now we just, so these are some of the birds. I'm a bird watcher, so I'm usually using binoculars. I don't photograph the birds. So I really loved all the beautiful bird photographs earlier. But these are some of the birds that I have photographed in the backyard. So we have 50 species, but there's an immature yellow-crowned night heron. There's waxwings. This was a flock of a couple hundred using our fountain to bathe. Cooper's hawk on a flower pot. It's another Cooper's hawk. These were our Carolina chickadees this year. 6 eggs, 6 babies, 6 fledglings. We've also had bluebirds and Carolina wrens in bird boxes. This is the juvenile red-tailed hawk. We seem to have them every year. There must be a nest nearby. Every year the neighbors think it's gonna carry off their pet and then they shoot it. And it's like, no, we can't shoot the red-tailed hawk. Come on. Bees, lots of bumblebees and eastern and southern carpenter bees. And then this is some little, that's a tiny bee. It's like this big, but you can see the pollen on its legs. And that's my echinacea. 3 years old and finally flowering. And this is this Salvia amante is a fabulous plant. It's not native. It's a hybrid from South America, but that's the favorite nectar plant in my garden for hummingbirds and bees. Absolutely the favorite. And it died this year. They're either some sort of, there were 3 of them and they were beautiful, and then they got fungus and scale, and they're gone. It was like a little zone of death. Sad. Butterflies, painted ladies, monarch. This is Leatris pycnostachya, which is a great plant. Easy to grow, attracts a lot of things. It's native. It's a gray hair streak. Cloudless sulfur on a salvia. Fritillaries, the fritillaries, like zinnias. And swallowtails, there's yet a third kind of black swallowtail that I don't have a good picture of. Skippers, which are really cute. Huge eyes. And this is our praying mantis. This is one of my dying salvias, and you can see the scale insects on there. So I hope he was eating them all up. I think he was, because they killed the plants really fast. And this was the same. I watched this guy for a couple of days, and this one was the same one. He's not near as big as he looks. It's about right there. But my son, I had shown him the other one. We were outside walking the dog at night, and my son said, "Oh, there's a praying mantis over there." I said, "What are you talking about? It's nighttime. It's in the backyard." And he's like, "No, it's right there." And it was sitting like on some Mexican sedum, and it was just silhouetted in the light. And then it started flying around, trying to catch things on the driveway. And I liked that picture. It was like, does this make me look tall? Because it looked like this big in the shadow. And it was really about 3 inches long. But it was really interesting to watch. Obviously, I always thought they were stealth predators, but they obviously hunt too, because this was flying after things. Moths. This thing was like that caterpillar on my hostas. So if it's eating hostas, it's a generalist. Hostas are not native. And sure enough, it's a caterpillar for an army worm. But I looked it up and it's native, so I left it there. I hope the bird got it. So really, really decimating like so, and some other moths. And Gulf Coast toad. This was in happy times when it was raining. This was in maybe July, so it's really hot, but we have a little courtyard garden. And that's, that's from the hostas, the ill-fated hostas. It's a sort of dying hosta leaf. And this guy had made his like little burrow. So he's in a little indent in the ground in the mulch. He's hiding under this rotting leaf. And that's a little spot. I could go out there every day and see him. That's how I got through July. I did better than me. And then tons of fungi. Fungi are really frustrating on iNaturalist. You get kind of weird diagnoses of them. But this one is really cool. It's about that tall. Looks like a lantern. I thought it was plastic trash when I first saw it.
Is it stinky?
It was not stinky.
Because isn't that one of the stink
It's called, yeah, it's a stinkhorn. Call them stinkhorn. Yeah, really striking.
Very striking.
They're
You
really
think it's
cool.
like an alien that's invading?
It does. It does look like an alien. And these were huge. That's a pencil. That's a long pencil. Those are huge. So lots of fungus. When I lived in England for about 4 years, and every fall, it's damp. There's tons of fungus there in the fall. Just go in the woods and have Fall Fungus Friday. And I'd take tons of fungus pictures. My kids were just like, gosh, see pictures of fungus. It's so embarrassing. That and all the geology vacations. So more fungus. This one even has, there's another one up there. I don't even know what that is. That one up there. Maybe it just has dirt on the top. I'm not sure. Lots of fungus. Other little critters. Pond hawks. The top one's the boy and the bottom is the girl. Lizards, skinks, little tiny spiders. We have one every year on the picnic table. The twin flag jumping spider, table spider. Squirrels, of course, the obscure bird grasshopper. It's the only grasshopper I've ever seen in the garden. I grew up in Colorado. Tons of grasshoppers every August, horrible. This is the only one I've ever seen in the garden here. So, and thank you. This is my one blooming Matias tuberosa, which is the native milkweed. I also have a swamp milkweed, and those are the two I have out of hundreds of seeds, many batches. This one was the swamp milkweed was from seed. It's the only survivor, and this one was a transplant that I got at the Woodlands Gardening Solutions last year. I bought 3. One survived. Native plants, kind of like baseball. 1 out of 3 is pretty good. So thank you.
Okay, transition. I want to plug 2 things. One is
This
that,
one you have to hold on to that.
Here.
As a local
Awesome.
chapter, Pines and Prairies. And on October 8th, you'll find many of the native plants that we're talking about for sale. And so it's going to be right across the street. It's on Lone Star Parkway, right across the street from the Lone Star Community Center. And it's 9 to 12:30 on that morning. So that's one great opportunity to get native.
Nice.
And the other is for October 15th. They may be full, they're working on 30 slides. Next one,
I'll skip my last video, I'll just go back. I'm used to this at work. It happens all the time. The last one to go. They all go for 2 hours. They give you 5 minutes.
That's where the plant sale will be. Yeah. He's not really, he's not a big deal nursery. So we go there every Thursday and propagate plants and up. But he's not really open it. He's an incredible person. But he actually gets it from the
Yes, it works.
Okay.
Good?
Yep. Okay, last one. I'll be really fast. Like I said, I'm used to this at work. It happens all the time. People talk for 3 hours and I get 5 minutes at the end. So here's a slide about who I am. I'm not going to go into all of it. I'm a retired geophysicist. You can see my crazy family, my silly dog. And then one of the things I like to do is take pictures, and you can see I live on Lake Conroe, and we also have the white pelicans, and there's their cooperative behavior where they're trying to herd some fish in. We also have a pair of eagles that likes to come and sit in one of the big tall pine trees and look out over the lake and then go fishing. So that's pretty cool. So living on Lake Conroe, we see a lot of things coming and going all the time in our yard. And one night, my husband had just retired. He got night vision binoculars for his retirement gift, and he's sitting outside in the dark, comes running in. He's, we have otters. So then we started watching for them. And they would come up and they'd sit on the dock, and just hang out in the evening, not very often, but you'd see them during the day. And then he had seen them at night, and there was a whole family of them. There were like 5 of them running across the yard. So then we got a game camera and we put it so we could see those stairs and see them coming up, and you'll see some videos. But a little bit about otters. You can see that top map on the left. They used to be all over North America. They died back out of a lot of areas in the Midwest. In the bottom, they're starting to come back in. They were hunted, severely hunted. Now there's a lot of regulations. Texas has a regulation, a special license for harvesting otters. And there's also some places they've been reintroduced, but they're starting to come in more. Here in Texas, they used to only be in the piney woods, and now they're starting to come out into the hill country a lot more. And I think about
10 years ago, there was an article in the Chronicle, otters, they're back, they're back. So they're starting to be around and abundant. They are aquatic generalists. They live everywhere that's water. They have a low tolerance for polluted water, so they're a good yardstick for how healthy your water system is. They have little tiny ears that they close off to keep the water out. I think that's kind of cool. They eat lots of things, frogs, fish, whatever. This is a picture of one that's coming up the stairs at our dock, and he's got this huge catfish. They like these slow moving catfish. So here's a little video. Do it. I think I could just click on it and it'll go. Yeah, so here's an otter. He's dragging this little tiny catfish that he's found. He's got it. You can see above him on the step, there's a big bloody spot because he had already drug it up once and then it fell back in. And now watch it, this is kind of fun. He's sitting there, they rip open the stomach, they eat the guts and the flesh out, and they leave the heads behind. That was the other clue that we had something. We thought it was the herons, but no, it was the otters. So wait, you hear something? He's gonna go, oh, he's gonna dive off the back. Oh, look. Oh, but he's got a fish too. That's a fish. But his is a little bit more manageable. So he's like, okay, I'm just gonna sit here.
Do you think it's the same otter?
No, that's a different otter. Yeah. And you'll see in a minute why. So he's like, oh, wait, there's the other. His friend came back. They decided, oh, we're gonna go have lunch together. So they sat down here on the bottom step and they ripped apart this. So let's see if I can, okay. So some characteristics of otters, they're 10 to 30 pounds. Their length is about 1 meter long. Females are about a third the size. And if you're not familiar with the metric system so much, we have another good unit of measurement in the Houston area. It's approximately equal to 0.58 altitudes. All right, so their behavior, they have a delayed implantation, which means they can mate and then later on have their gestation period. And most of their births, they time so they happen in March and April. And the male otter gets chased off for 2-3 months until the babies are weaned and can leave the nest. And then he comes back and they live as a family unit for 7 or 8 months until the next litter comes along. And they're very playful and social. So this is kind of a fun video that shows you a little bit about the nighttime life on our dock. It drives our dog crazy. So if you count them, 1, and he's got a fish, 2, 5, 6. And we think the first one that went, I think the first the image is kind of bad there, but the first one that went through had a fish. And was carrying a fish. I'm going to, there's some things that are going to cut off here. These are, our thing takes 2-minute videos, so it's a whole bunch of videos. So it's not great when it's in the shade there. Here they come back, they gotta go back out.
Do they just play?
And then here comes the mom with her fish. Oh yeah, they play all over the place. There, she's got her fish, but now she's a fish head, so she must have shared some of it. And now watch while she's eating, sitting there on the dock. She's looking around, wait, what's going on? Where are my kids? What's happening? Who cares? Yeah, maybe I'll eat my lunch. Oh, here they go. You just come around and they just hang out with her, mill around, they play. They, at some points they'll, leap over her and run up and play around. And so this goes on for quite some time.
It's those steps.
The steps are awesome. The steps are amazing. So here's one of them came back. There's more coming back. They're going to go up and play, hang out.
It's pretty accurate small one.
Yeah, it really is.
This is such a.
So here's look at there's another one. There's like so many of them. They're all right there.
She has not learned the art of hiding in the pantry.
No. Exactly. So they'll decide they're going to go up to the top. They're going to go up on here and they're going to hang out up here and hopefully this will go a little faster. But they're just all over the place, running around, playing everything. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, in a minute, they will go, oh, wait, what's that? What's that noise?
So I guess like Conroe has pretty clean water.
You know, it looks murky, but apparently it's pretty good because we got a ton of these little guys.
It has a 4 frog rating, just as FYI, that's how.
4
4 out of 5? That's what they have.
Wow.
Apparently you can eat the catfish out of it. Not really, not living, so.
All right, so now they've heard something, so they're all gonna run away. And this, our dog is going crazy inside. He's like, let me out, I know they're out there. Okay, and this one, I'm gonna kind of zip through real quick. We have other things besides otters. We have this diamondback water snake. This is actually sped up a little bit because if we watched him, we would be here forever. I'm going to see if I can go forward a little bit.
Oh my
He is really long. If you figure that jock, each one of those boards is about 7 or 8 inches long. He's a big long guy.
Easier to use.
So then we have our heron. We call him our personal heron. He comes every day. He spends half his day there. He catches fish. He eats those, like somebody said, he eats those huge fish. There's a nutria. He only comes, sits on the bottom step, and then he groons himself a little bit, and then he leaves. He's boring. He's kind of boring. Let's see if we can go past it. Oh, I can't do this. Come on, you're boring. There we go. And this is our little egret. He comes down to, he's pretty focused. He'll come down the steps. Oh, they love it. They'll just hang out on the bottom step all day. And he's pretty focused. He's like laser focused. Yep, ready, go. Got one. Got his fish, and then he's off.
So where are you on Lake Conroe here?
We're very close to the dam. Okay, this one, you got to see this whole one. These guys are awesome. So we're very close to the dam on the east side. So this is a raccoon. We see raccoons all the time. Usually it's just one, whatever, come and go. They go down there, they wash their hands. They spend a whole lot of time washing their hands. And then all of a sudden, whoop, here comes another one. Okay, there's one, there's two. Yeah. Oh, there's another one.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands after you eat. We don't have any trouble with them getting into trash cans or anything. So they'll come down there, they'll spend a whole lot of time down there and they'll jostle each other. And one guy will get shoved at the back and there'll be some snarling. You can't hear the video on this, but there's always some snarling. And then the last bit that's super cool. Okay, so these guys start to leave. There's 2 of them left. All of a sudden they'll go, oh, wait, gotta get out of here. Okay. So this is super cool, but he's also not our friend right now. What is it? You'll see. Come on, go up the stairs.
Beaver?
No, it is a beaver. Wow. And I actually sped up this video because he is so slow. There he goes, up the stairs with his tail. He actually, it's kind of cool because he actually walks like half that fast. This is sped up. So he comes right up to the camera. He's looking over the edge for branches of our rose bush that he threw off earlier, and he's seeing what's there. He came up, he gave us a really nice look at his tail, which is really cool. And then this is where he's taking our rose bush. And we watched this for 2 weeks while we were out of town every night. We came back and we had 1 rose bush left out of 5 and they had vines on it. All right, so the last slide, but just to leave you with, the place to observe nature is where you are, and that's what I like to do best. Just sit and look around and watch things where I am.
Okay, are we ready for the graduation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is call your names. I want you to come up and, why is there none for It's supposed to be on the top. It was on the top. It's in here. It's what? It's in here somewhere. So even though it's in alphabetical order, you're not. Okay. So we're gonna start with Rachel Borders. Rachel? And Rachel's certified. Congratulations, Rachel. Thank you. JoJo. JoJo's certified also. Thank you. Also, you are so welcome. Susan Brennan. Susan Brennan. Nothing. Spencer Cox. Where's Spencer? There he is. Spencer certified also. Virginia Dunn. Ever, right? We've been long since I really good. Tracy. Yes. Ismail. We could not give them that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Naomi. Naomi certified also. Yeah. Misty. No Misty and no Seth. I don't see Seth here either. Ann Hammond. Now you get to get your little printer.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. Betsy, where's Betsy? Oh, Betsy,
Didn't she get it last week because she was gonna be out of town?
did I print it again?
Yes.
And I know John Heron is here. John took his classes. He is the naturalist at Huntsville State Park. And he took his classes because he's always this.
Is it Ranger John?
He's Ranger John.
Oh, Ranger John.
He took his class? He took his classes at the prison. Oh. Because he's busy and they had their classes on Monday. So that's where he was. Amanda Hill. Jeff Hodges is not here. Jeff Hodges.
Thank you.
Jeff double certified.
Jeff, you double certified. Certified. Look at you. Justin Hurt. So Hey, Darcy. You are so welcome. Got it. Kristen Gerald.
Gilbert, it might be under Gilbert.
Might be under Gilbert.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness, you're on there. You know what? We have a problem. She's on VMS twice.
Oh, is she in there as Gerald and Gilbert?
Did she double certify?
She is on there twice under 2 different names.
Really?
Yes, she did.
Oh, my stuff should only be entered under one.
You did. You only entered it
Okay.
under the
Yeah,
Gilbert.
because that was the
So
original.
I'm
register.
gonna have to email and get help.
So you did certify?
Yes.
That's so interesting.
Awesome.
I've been checking myself out for no reason. So I'm gonna take that out.
So Kirsten Peterson is not here today.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Kimlin Bell.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not the name.
Okay, she's only doing 4 things here.
All right.
Thank you so much, Kim. Sharon Lynch.
Yeah, that's
Laura Malcolm. Yes, you have to. Right before you move. We're expecting it. Awesome. Barbara Malone. Victoria. Thank you. Thank you. You are so welcome. Suzanne Menard. Is it Menard or Maynard? Menard. Menard. Which means but no.
You didn't want that.
But no. But no, she's certified, guys. certified too.
I know, we work very hard.
And Patrick, of course.
He's also certified.
Thank you so much. Are you ready for pictures? Awesome. And Minnick, a mosquito girl. I did it. I'm so excited. I just certified. I did certified. So one of those, one of these, one of those.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thanks, Ann. Ray Montgomery. So exciting. Now, I don't know if you remember in the bulletin, I asked for someone who wasn't afraid to get their hands dirty by doing chronic wasting disease, dissecting deer. And I thought, I wonder if my guy's gonna pick that up as something to do. But I'll stick it in here just to see. Diana Philpott.
So Diane. She has over 250 hours.
Yeah. Patient dragon. She gets the Welsh, and she gets the bronze 250-hour pin. Laura Rumelhart. Lisa Stovall. And Sissy's online. Congratulations, Sissy. I'm so glad you made it. Didn't you? Yeah. Jody has been flying almost every weekend. Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, maybe so. And I'm printing yours out. But we do have name tag. And did you certify that? And what? But you get a name tag, and I will get you your. I know where you live.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
So clean up. Make sure that you volunteer, because, you know, we have a board job. Okay, I get the board job, right? Before the end of the year, Carolyn. Sure. So how do we do that Okay, I need, how are we gonna do this? I have some giveaways. How are we gonna do this?
Oh.
I do, I have some plants. They're beautiful church.
Oh.
Yeah, I do have some plants that have a little bit of honey. That was last year. Okay, who knows the state kitchen implement? Who knows? The state kitchen implement. What? No, I know. You know what it is?
Yes, can I say?
Yes.
The cast iron pan.
Yes, the cast iron. The Dutch oven, she got it. Do you want the honey or do you want the plant?
Depends on the plant.
It's turf now.
It's will they survive?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so who knows the state mammal? Okay, but do you want honey or plant? Okay, who knows, the state reptile? Conroe. Conroe, she's not sure, do you want honey or plant? Honey. Thank you. Ooh. Let me think. Do I know more state things? Yes. What other state things are there?
How about the
Insect. The state insect. Oh, what is the state insect?
What's that?
No.
Butterfly.
Justin, okay, we have 2 more plans. Yeah. Okay, who knows the state tree? Yes. Okay, Laura got one, and now we're down to Heaven. It was pecan. Pecan is the state tree. Okay, what else do we have, Bobby? We have just one more?
One more plant.
One more plant. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Okay, who knows? This is a trick question.
Okay.
Who knows Brad's Halloween's major?
Entomology.
You got it, Andy.
I just finished this
What is
book.
yours? Thank you so much, guys. And I'm so proud of you.